So we're live again. I think we had some technical issues. I think my Wi-Fi just stopped. Let me just see if everything is working. So I'm just gonna fix this real quick until you guys are back. But yeah, I just had yeah, I think just my Wi-Fi stopped for a second there. Sorry about that, guys. Yeah. Anyways, so what I was explaining in the end of the last live stream, that this box here, basically reflecting light. That's why he's so bright. So we're gonna have to fix that. Let's just fix it right now. Okay. So what I like to do is usually I want to give those boxes here the material of the playing video. So all the reflections are gonna be basically almost like real reflections, if that makes sense. Um, oh, you guys made it back. Thank you for tuning back in. Yeah, Wi-Fi stopped working, so sorry about that. I hope it's not gonna happen again. It might. If it happens again, I'll just stay offline and fix it. Finish the scene by myself. But let's hope for the best. How about that? Just double checking. Cool. All right. So now we're gonna give those two boxes a material, even though those are gonna be shadow catchers. They're still gonna have materials on them. So for that, let's call those materials shadow catcher material. So good at naming things, right, guys? All right. Let me think. How do I do this? Okay. What we need is a image texture, image sequence, no, image texture. Where we're gonna open the actual video. So now when I connect this to the surface, you can maybe see that the video is projected on my on my box here. Okay, this is exactly what we want. Now what I'm gonna do is there's a few different options to do that, and I want to project it exactly from the window. On this window is gonna look weird, but on this window is gonna look perfect. So once this is all set up, this is gonna be set on box. Is it box? No, it's not box. I think it's just flat. Um, and under repeat, I'm just gonna do mirror and cycle, and I need the video to be start playing from frame 1. Okay. So like right now, I'm projecting exactly where the window is. So this one doesn't really matter. This one matters. Because wherever I am, let me just go to this view. Wherever I am, it's always projected from the window, and that's gonna give me better reflections. So right now I'm just looking at him. It looks better than with the first material. And now I can just give it like a little more roughness, you know. Basically like when you do like your green screen material, it's basically the same thing. You just want it to be look like normal. So yeah, roughness and specular down. What's about Matt? Are you sleeping? Yeah, he's probably asleep. It's like late here. I'm the only idiot who's awake that late. Let me just turn off the water for now because I'm not working with the water liquid domain. Let me just turn it off so I can actually work faster. Okay, but that looks pretty good. Again, it doesn't have to be exact, but let me just see if I did this right. Has to come from window, camera. Under object, I can, I think, select my camera. Is that how it works? Let's use window. Okay, because that's close enough. Yeah, so now the reflection on him is more realistic, just like her reflection. And this box, of course, has to be the same material, shadow catcher material. Awesome. So now I can adjust the sun until it looks perfect. 15, the strength. Yeah, that looks pretty good. Like, I'm just looking at the skin. I know this can be a little confusing, but I have to have it right there. Just looking at the skin, I know he's paler than Allie, because Allie is Mexican, so she's browner. But as long as the sun has the same kind of shadows, see, I'm looking at this edge here of the shadow. I'm looking at her edge. It's more or less the same. Her shadow side is still darker, and that can have multiple reasons. Right now, my HDRI is still off, and I would like to bring it back, actually. Oh, no, it's on. It's on right now. Oh, that's why. See? Is the HDRI is just too strong, but I can just make it a little weaker until it matches like her shadow. That's why I keep saying it's always good to have a model, like a person model, in your scenes, so you can adjust those things. So this CG guy, even though he's like CG, you know, he's not real, but the shadows should work the same way like the real shadows. So it's a great reference, and that's basically most of like CG work, VFX work, to work with realistic, real things and try to simulate those. And now works good for me. Like if I turned off the box here, of course the shadow side would get a little too dark because there's nothing to reflect off of, but it's fine. Okay, now I just can keep this on. But the beautiful thing is I'm not actually going to keep this on. I'm going to go to my object, no, not object, my, where is it, visibility? Where is it, object? Yeah, object, shading, no, visibility, there it is. And turn on shadow catcher. So I'm not actually going to see the box anymore. Just going to see the shadow projected on it. Okay, right now it's just his shadow, but also it's going to be the water and the monster shadow probably once the monster's up. Yeah, so because I'm going to remove this guy, I don't need him anymore. He's fired. Yeah, but I'm still going to see the just in cycles, and then in EV and stuff like that, I'm still going to see the box here. The box is right here. But in cycles, I'm just going to see the shadow. Yeah. And see how the sun is nicely coming from the same direction, and it should look real. Yeah, it's an important part. Like right now, the monster here, the material, I couldn't work on the material a little. I haven't actually looked at it yet. How complicated it is, because you know when you work with a model which is not yours, you don't know how they set up the material, so that's always tricky. Uh, Jasmine says, man muss wirklich auf alle Details achten, um es so realistisch wie möglich erscheinen zu lassen. Which means you really have to pay attention to all the details to make it as look as real as possible. Yeah, it's true. And but it's also the fun part, you know, that you look at what would look real and how to make it look better, and yeah. Anyway, so what I was saying, when you work with materials like this or with models which are not yours, it's always the tricky part to make them look the way you want, and you don't know how they're set up. So it's always a guessing game if you work when you work with something. If it's like easy to work with, because this node setup, we have like, I don't know, 10 nodes or so. It's not very complicated. I can figure out how it's set up, but sometimes the node setups are crazy. It has millions of materials and it's just impossible to look through it. And Tetra Studios is joining the stream, saying, "Hi Phil, greetings back. I hope you're doing well. We're making a tentacle monster today. We're pretty far ahead already. We've been live for like 2 hours now, but welcome to my stream. We're working with dynamic paint simulation here. You can see it in the ground, in the pool water. We are working with actual liquid simulation as well. You can see it like right here. Water is being blasted up. You can see it better here. Once we're ready, we're gonna render this or bake it in a very high resolution, but right now this is a very low resolution because it's not needed yet. So right now, what are we doing right now? Right now we are working on our, what are we working right now? On our monster material, on the tentacle material right now, to make it look as real as possible. And my biggest issue right now is why it doesn't look as real as it could, is that just the rest of the scene just looks more pale. So I think our the saturation of our monster is just too strong. So let me just try the hue and saturation node in between here, and let's just turn down the saturation. Maybe it's gonna look better. And yeah, I do like it better, even though it didn't do much. I just turned out the saturation a little lower. That was without the node. This is with the node. I like it. Oh, I already see there is some blackness in my water here, which is probably not enough bounces. Let me just go up with the volume. Nope. Transparency 20. Nope. Transmission 20. Nope, that's not what it is. Let's go back here. 10. 10. Fast GI approximation. That's not it. There is one thing I like to use usually, which makes the render faster, but it definitely slows down. It definitely makes the glass and water look worse. Which one was it? Was it light tree? No, it's not light tree. It's one of those settings. You know, it's like one of those. Um, Vibe should be Vibe have a scar. It says, how do we how do we and how do we get ideas to create such visuals? Please reply. Ideas. How did I come? How did I come up with that? I mean, this is not like super creative. I just thought there's water, there's a pool, right? And what would be super epic, even if it doesn't make sense. So I was thinking, of course, maybe there's a pirate ship in the pool. But what if it's like something more organic? So I was thinking, could be a snake or like some kind of water creature. And tentacles. I saw tentacles on another VFX artist's video. He had like tentacles, and actually exactly those tentacles coming out of like a building. I was like, you know what? I'm gonna put this into a pool. Um, But to answer this question a little more in depth, I would say you get most inspiration by just observing. When you either you look around in your day-to-day life, you look around and see what's actually around you, like um what could be super cool, like in the normal world, with the possibilities and things you can do, with the skills you have so far, and try to enhance like reality to make it look cool. And of course, you can look at other artists, what they come up with, or look at movies and feel like, oh, I could do this too in my own backyard or in my own bedroom. And then you just combine those different visions and hope for the best. You know, because most of the time, at least the things I make, it's never as good. The result is never as good as it was in my head. But it's also because I don't know what I'm doing. Um, but yeah, that's how I get my ideas. I think it's that because of the reflection of the wave scrubs through the timeline place. Yeah, let's see. He's talking about the wave. You think it's a reflection? I think it's not enough bounces or something. Let me make this also a shadow catcher before I forget. Um, Objects, shading shadow catcher. It shouldn't be black. And you're very welcome, have a scar. That's actually a question I don't get asked a lot. Where do I get my inspiration from? Because like my things are not like super creative. I just make the things I always wanted to do, but I never could. Now I can, or at least I can try, and that's why I do those things now. It is weird that it's so dark. Um, yeah, but if you're right, if I just increase the roughness of my water, it should basically just disappear. Yeah, I don't want to increase the roughness. Maybe I should. 0.1. Should the reflection be so dark? Does that make sense? The reflection should just be like the same image, basically. Um, like a mirror. There was one thing I wanted to check. Okay, this is a shadow of the monster. Let's see if I have to move this a little. The shadow should align. I think compared to the reflection of the rocks. Yes, exactly. That is a very good point, Ali. Just compare this reflection. Should also be like this reflection, and it should not be that dark. It should not. I could also. I have an idea. I, I have an idea. I'm just gonna make a new object. Let's make it a just an icosphere. I'm gonna give it a material which is basically colored like the rocks in the background. And that should look the same, but it doesn't. Oh, while we're at it, I do want to add like one more shadow catcher thing just for the background, just for the reflections. Let's make a plane. Flip it 90 degrees. Just for the background. Before I forget, scale this thing up. Apply, scale. Let's make sure it's not actually penetrating the wall at any point. No, it shouldn't. Those videos are also not playing. Start frame, frame cyclic. Auto refresh. There you go. This should be playing. It's not moving. There's a lot of things in the scene which don't work as well as I would like it to. What's wrong with this video? Good video. The frames. Oh, there we go. That's the problem. Just have to figure out how many frames does this thing have. I'm not so good today. Also, we're working with 30 frames. I hope I didn't just mess up my motion track. Okay, let's just see until the video stops playing, which is 476. 476. Okay. Now this is playing, and this here also has to have the same material, shadow catcher material. So the reason for that is now on my monster, the background, if it's reflective, let's make it extremely reflective so you know what I mean. So remove this, make it super metallic. Let's remove this, no roughness. You can see that now this is reflecting on my monster too, like the background, as if it was there. And that's pretty cool. Let me also make this a shadow catcher. Let's see if it's still gonna work. Yeah, you see? If that wasn't there, this plane, it wouldn't catch the reflection. But now it's also catching the reflection from the background, which is awesome. Runs with Scissors says, "Hey Phil, good to see you again. Good to see you too, Runs with Scissors. And you should never run with scissors. My parents told me that. I don't know why, because it sounds like a great time, but they said don't. So I listened. Backdrop. Let's call it backdrop. We also call put all the shadow catchers into a collection, because why not? Shadow catchers. Jasmine can't believe that you shouldn't run with scissors. Yeah, I'm just as surprised as you are. Indeed. But still, I'm trying to figure out the reflection situation here. Let me turn off the bones. I don't want to see those bones anymore. Bones gone. Okay, cool. This is my ground. Yeah, my reflections are no good. It should be like a mirror. Ground. Do you guys have any idea why is it just black? It should be just black. Oh, it's because it's a shadow catcher. That's why. Did I make it a shadow catcher? I know I didn't mean to. Okay, point one. I guess I figured it out. Now I can, let me remove this guy to the side. So now I can adjust those reflections with the real reflections. It looks like so much bluer. I think I'm, hold on, it's, could just make it bluer. I don't really like to cheat it like this, but if that helps, go to green. That works. I mean, obviously my water is a little more, you know, distorted because my water is moving through the monster. The original water wasn't. So of course it's a little janky. Yeah, also I might have to add more subdivisions to this water. Yeah, okay, but we can get rid of this now, I think. I see how cool it, you know, the shadows and everything interacts with my scene. It's pretty cool. I can even replace this rock here. Wherever this rock is, I can just place my own rock. Rock. Maybe a rock which looks the same. Because the cool thing is, this rock is also gonna catch shadows and stuff like that. I just need to adjust the color a little because it doesn't look like the other other rocks. I'm just gonna again in saturation node, remove the saturation a little. Value darker. Cool. Nobody's gonna know. And also, I can add a tree there. What kind of trees are in the background? It's like palm trees, huh? There's trees like this there. Because just for the shadow, it would be good to have like some kind of trees here. Maybe this one is too thick. Definitely not you guys. You're not gonna know. I still have my sun in here. It looks so dark. Oh, I think the sun is being blocked by this. Is that true? Where is my shadow catchers? There you go. Backdrop. Oh, the sun is still there. And as long as the sun looks good on this rock here, then I'm happy. Oh yeah, I was playing with this material. God. So metallic goes into metallic. And roughness goes into roughness. There you go. Okay, now it looks better. So, I could make it more shiny. It is pretty shiny already, but just in case, I'm just gonna see what happens. I'm just gonna put a ramp into the roughness. Then make it maybe a little more shiny because it could be wet, or it should be wet, right? So I'm just gonna increase the contrast. Let's just see the before after. Doesn't do much. All black has to be here. I feel like I'm making it worse. What if I make the wide wider? Is that gonna do something? It was a terrible idea. Terrible idea. But that's why we try those things out. -10. Not gonna do nothing. Okay, never mind. Linear. We do ease. Yeah, we don't write note. Yeah, it's the roughness. No, that looks good. Let's leave it alone. Yeah, and this material, I could just also give it a different color if I wanted to. But now it's very warm. Maybe I can just slightly go into like the greenish direction. Just slightly. Like that. See? It's way better. Very organic. Okay, let me save because I'm gonna do something crazy right now. This water here, I'm just gonna give it a modifier. A subdivision surface, sub D. Let's bring this to the top. Because what that does is just gives it more geometry. Organically, let's hope. It's gonna look good. I'm not sure if it's still... I think I have to apply it to actually do something. Guys, never mind. Let's turn this off. See, this is what my water does. It's fine. It doesn't need more geometry. What do you think? It's pretty cool. Um, yeah, once I have the water here, it's gonna also splash against the borders and it's gonna splash up on the pool and stuff like that. I also probably have to make this rock here a collision object by the scale. It might have too many let's just do it now before we forget fluid. An effector. Okay, cool. Yeah, I think we're pretty advanced here. I don't think we need to add much more. If you don't have droplets generator add-on, then I can give you free. I don't have a droplet generator. No, I have fluid simulation, which I'm gonna turn on once I'm done here. But yeah, I don't have a droplet simulator. What does it do? You have like all of the add-ons, like all of the plugins. You have them all, don't you? Fluid emitter. No, we don't need that. We need. Where is this stupid domain? This. I don't need this. I don't need this. This. There it is. Domain. There it is. And it looks pretty cool, even though it's like the resolution is not very high. But it looks very cool. And we're gonna see how that looks in the movement. Or maybe it's gonna be all terrible. Yeah, I don't know. I'm probably gonna render this scene for a long time once it's done. And then once it's done and rendered, it's probably still not gonna be perfect. But and then I have to change things and render it again. Yeah, I'm gonna check the messenger later after the live stream because that would be very rude to be on the phone right now. Okay, I need to see when is the first frame when it comes out of the water. It's to frame 100. That's when it penetrates the water. That's when it starts. Let's end it on frame 300. And man, it's gonna take forever, but 128. Add particles to the simulation as well. I'm way ahead of you here. Those are the particles. This is my spray. This is my foam. And when I go to my domain, you can see I have it all set up. Any questions? No, I appreciate you. It's always good to have you guys helping me out here. Anyway, so now I just have to bake this bad boy. I hope 128 is going to be enough, but probably not. Let's just try. Save, bake. So 1% is done, 2% are done, and 3% are done. In case you don't know, it says right here how long it's going to take. 6%, 7%. Yeah, and in case you wonder, usually those fluid bakings, they always take longer the further you are progress, because you have more and more simulations and calculations. Like the longer it's going to go on, the more you have. So usually it takes longer the more you progress. Oh yeah, that gives us a little time to chat. How many people do we have in here right now? We have six people. Nice. Great job. The one thing I'm talking about is when the tentacle goes out of the water, then there must be some fluid particles attached to the tentacle. Yeah, I'm hoping that through the liquid simulation that the water is going to be blasted up and it's going to be like attached to the monster. But you mean I should also add a particle system to the tentacle? I can try that. I'm a little scared that it's going to look cheap, but I'm definitely going to try that. It's a good idea. After the fluid simulation is done. What time is it where you are right now, Tetra Studio? By the way, have you guys seen my latest artwork? Um, like my YouTube banner and stuff like that. It's what is it? Yeah. Have you seen my latest artwork? Like this new poster thing? Where is it? Do I have it here somewhere? This thing? This is made by one of my followers. I think he followed me from Facebook, and he made this for me. CG Pseudo is his name, and I'm very, very grateful that he made this for me. It's very nice. So I can put this in like in all my things, like my Facebook, my Twitter, my YouTube. It's like everywhere, and I'm very grateful for that. It looks pretty cool, right? I have myself here. It's like lots of references here. Like this is like my telekinesis scene where I lift off all those cars. This is me, obviously. I have Allie here actually when I made her like a angel monster thing for my short film. Um, what was it called? What was it? Prey. And even my little Malu here I made for one of my tutorials. I was flying in the background, and even the scene in the background from Sucked Off, the short film I made with my brother, Matt. So it's all together in here. And of course, you can see what I do, filmmaking, VFX, and tutorials. Post my Instagram, YouTube, and Facebook. Pretty cool, right? Very happy. And he also made some of my thumbnails. Not all of them, not like the latest one. This is one I made myself, but probably the thumbnail which made you click on this live stream, he made this. So very grateful. CG Sudo. Thank you so much. He's probably not here right now, but maybe later. Yeah, and this bake is still going. Let's hope it's going to be good enough. It's on 74%. 75%. As I said, it's going to take longer and longer until it's done. And also, I only bake 200 frames from frame 100 to 300. I also hope it's it's going to be enough, because I know water is going to be like on the ground and stuff like that. And if it just stops at 300, it will just disappear. So maybe I even have to bake it until the very end, and I really hope I don't have to. Because that would take a very long time. Jasmine says, yes, it looks fantastic. And Ellie says, what is that? A pie? I think it's a pie. What CPU and GPU do you have in your new computer? I have a 4090 pie baking. I have a 4090 in my GPU. CPU is such a long name, I keep forgetting. I can look it up if you really want to know. But I keep forgetting this because it's such a long name. Yeah, I'm baking the pie, the liquid pie. That sounds gross. What's your guys' favorite pie? My favorite pie, I don't know, banana bread doesn't count as pie, does it? But I like banana bread. Cheesecake probably also doesn't count as pie because it's cake, not pie. To me, it's the same thing. Uh, but cheesecake is also my favorite. Burger kind? Do you mean Burger King? Chocolate sundae pie. You should get it next time. Okay, baking is done. Let's hope for the best. Since it's like such a crazy simulation, it's probably not gonna be able to watch it like fast. already see issues here, but it looks pretty cool. We unselected so we can actually see. It's a lot of foliage going on. Yeah, Ellie likes her Burger King. Yeah, I think it's cool. It's like always hard to say because you can't really watch it in emotion. I think they have to make those particles smaller for sure, especially those foam particles. Um, because I can't see them. I can see like every single one individually. I don't want that, so I'm gonna go with my particles here. Just make them smaller. That's the thing. Now my computer is gonna be like super slow. Uh, That's the thing when you work with like particle simulations, fluid simulations especially, it slows down your system a lot. Mm. So even like the best computers are gonna break. But that's like one of those situations. I just hope for the best. And when I think it's done, I'm just gonna render it and see in the morning if it looks any good. And if it doesn't, I'll just render it again. And who said that? Tetra Studio said add like droplets um on the tentacle. If Tetra Studio is still in the live stream, then you can walk me through it how you would do that. It's just one thing I don't like. Let me turn off the stupid particles. I think my computer is going to be faster without them. I just want to see what's happening here with the water. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to go higher than with the resolution. Oh, okay, so it's like splashing up. I guess that's fine. It's like the end of the pool. Oh, that's cool. When you look at this, now he said add droplets to the thing. I'm just gonna mute oh, what I need to look at before I do that. So I'm just gonna go to the last frame when the water stops, because I still have water like up here everywhere. And if it just, I'm just afraid if the simulation stops here, that it basically just from one frame to the next just gonna disappear, like like this, you know, and that would look weird. So I'm just checking if you actually see this, you can see that for sure. You can see those droplets. And here also, and I would need to, then I have to rotoscope her and everything. Okay, I have a plan. I'm gonna have, okay, my plan is, I'm gonna bake it again anyways. So my plan is, oh, that's good. So let me remove the water right now. Okay. See those boxes here? Let's go to solid view. I'm gonna edit those boxes. I'm gonna have this side higher than the other. So even though the water lands on this, it's gonna roll back into the pool, like organically. So I don't have to have the water in there, the simulation going for too long. I hope that's gonna be enough. And once I'm ready, I'm gonna just bake it again, and I hope the water is gonna be going back into the pool, and so it's not gonna be lingering on the side for too long. I just hope it's not gonna look weird. But overall, looks pretty good, right? This entire thing. Let's turn on the fluid. Yeah, I think it's pretty cool. Like right now the particles are off, but I like it. Especially, I always find it like fascinating to look at this in 3D view. Yeah, it's like always reminds me of in case in case you've seen Deadpool, like the intro scene. We just watched Deadpool the other day. The intro scene is so cool because it's like starts like in a close up and it just starts zooming out slowly and you can see more and more what's happening in the scene. And it's like such a cool trick in cinematography to tell a story in a freeze frame just through camera position. I always wanted to do something like that. I haven't had the chance yet, but should try it for something. For sure. For Shao. For Blue. Anyways, so what should I do next? I guess I have to do it again. Let's just bake this thing again. Hope for the best. And if it doesn't work, just gonna bake it again. And if that doesn't work, I'm gonna bake it again. 200. Okay, first, I'm just gonna bake it in like a very low resolution. So I don't have to wait for that long. Let's do 32. And that shouldn't take too long. See? The resolution is like 4 times slower, so it should be like way faster. Not just 4 times, like way faster. And I think last time it took like around 10 minutes to bake this. And now it's gonna take like 30 seconds, 40 seconds. That's pretty cool. Now, party people, I listen with my AirPods, but I must leave the stream because I have work in the house. Ellie, Phil, have a good night. See you soon. Thank you for joining the stream. Have a good night. Have a good day. And have fun with the work in your house. Cheers. Okay, guys. Right now, we're just checking what the liquid is doing. I just wanted to see the liquid is going to fall back into the pool. And it doesn't look like it. It could be the resolution that's just too low. Maybe the friction is just too high. Surface thickness, no, nothing like that. Maybe there's like something in the. What does diffusion do? We have to turn this on our diffusion settings. No, I don't need that. In case you want to make honey or something like that. That's what you use diffusion for. I don't want to make honey. Mesh. So looking for something like friction. Liquids. No. Okay. Let's just bake it again. Higher resolution. Still not the max resolution, but just a little higher. Just to see. I want to see if it actually is going to roll back into the water. Because that would be very helpful that it disappears. Because otherwise I really have to bake it until the very end of the video, which is going to be just too long. Yeah. I also could just remove it completely. Do not make it a collision object. That would be an option too. Maybe it's better. You know what? Now when I think of it, yeah, it's probably the right choice. It's just gonna fall right through it. It should get wet, but it shouldn't just land on the surface and just linger there. That's the wrong call. It should get wet. Not that I'm gonna make it wet, because to be honest, I don't know how. I think there's ways to maybe it's also with dynamic paint to make surfaces wet. But I haven't figured out how to make this yet. Let's see if that actually works. No, it's just chilling there. Okay, you missed your chance. You, sir, you're not a fluid object anymore. Neither are you. That also should make our simulation faster. This thing stays a object because I wanted to bounce off that, but all the rest, this and this, it's not going to be a fluid object anymore. So now I'm just going to bake it one more time. Let's do the same resolution, and let's see if that's going to be better or not. What else is new? Oh yeah, a little update on my Facebook following, because in case you guys listen to my last my last live streams, I have my Facebook following is growing. It's at 59,000 right now. It's pretty insane. Like, so many people followed me in the past few weeks. Yeah, and lots of people subscribing, following, and engaging with the content. It's very cool. And yeah, some of those people also came to Instagram. Some of those also came to Facebook, to YouTube. So it's pretty insane. I never had that much engagement on my stuff, so it's like I'm getting used to all those haters. But it's a good time. It's definitely a good time. Okay, let's see. Done. So now it was just lingering on the ground. So when it actually bounces up, just falls right through it. And I think that's good enough. Again, really it should get wet. And might gonna make it wet in post? Not. It's gonna be like one of those things where the haters can hate. Oh, it didn't make anything wet, and yeah. Then I started to call those comments "ching" comments because more engagement means more money. But yeah, I think that works. It just splashes water up. What is it? Splashes it up. And just falls right through it. It does land on the rock a little bit, so it sticks to the rock, and then it falls down, which is fine. Yeah, I think this is good. Now I just have to see how much of that do I actually need. So that frame looks like that frame like 170. Let's do 200 just in case we're not gonna see any water anymore. So I can increase the resolution to something higher. Free all. Save. We had 128 before, so 256. So we're not going to go any higher than that because it's like high. Because not just the bake is going to take longer, also the render is going to take longer. Ellie is saying they just can't believe you didn't choose to film a real octopus monster. So that's funny. In my Facebook, let me hit bake real quick and I'll tell you the story. It's actually funny. Lots of my comments on those videos. Let me just try to find one of those videos. It's actually hilarious. Lots of those comments say things like, "Oh, I can't believe you don't film on real locations anymore. This is bullshit," and like hating on basically CG work that people don't film on real locations all the time. And let me just try to find one of those posts because, yeah, like this one. Let's see. Where is it? Lots of comments saying like this. Because of that, I give up watch this kind of movies. I'm getting lots of comments like that. I know all is a lie, so we're like CG is lying to people. That obviously is not a lie. I'm showing how it looked before and what I did to it. There's no lie. One comment says it's so boring for the actors. I guess so. If movies were only like this, I guess that could be boring. Green screen is cool, amazing. So I do have positive comments too. Giant creature. Let me throw on my leather jacket. Power Ranger noises. Now I'm protected. Yeah, so that was basically the joke in this, because I made like this one video where I'm protecting myself from a crashing airplane with my leather jacket. So I figured, you know what, I'm gonna make a joke where I protect myself from a giant water monster with a leather jacket. Ellie says, challenging my imagination as an actor isn't boring. Well, you know better. I wouldn't know. I'm not an actor, but I believe it. Like imagining things and thinking, telling yourself, okay, there's a giant monster and acting into it. Of course, real actors would do a way better job than I could ever, because I'm not an actor. Actors are very well trained and stuff like that. So I can only imagine. When this guy says again, I need this super jacket that protects you from Godzilla and airplanes crashing into you. Yeah, so that's basically part of the joke. Some people caught on it. Most people don't get it, obviously. You must be waterproof, and because I'm also not getting wet. Lots of comments about that. That's too long to read. I think it's Godzilla, sure. Needs better keying. So some people trying to tell me how to do it better, and very often they are right. Sometimes they don't know what they're talking about. Title of the movie, please. So some people think it's a real movie, so they want to know the title. So I usually just answer them. It's just part of my YouTube videos and stuff like that. Um, Green screen is very amateur. I guess no film at all. I think it's because my setup is not very professional. And it's kind of part of why I do this that way. I show more than I have to, just because it gets more views when people see how cheap everything actually is and how cool it can be in post. Just to, inspire people that they can do their own films and videos from home. Um, because anybody can do that. Not anybody, but it's easier to make it in a very professional setup. If you can do it like me, like from home, anybody can do it. All your water resistant, blah blah blah. Doesn't work if the actor can't act. Yeah, I mean, 76 people agree with him saying that I can't act, and I agree with it too. I don't know how. I'm just trying my best here. So yeah, this is very funny to me. Um, let's see how far my blender thing is going. Oof, the bake is gonna take a long time. 16% right now. I might have overdone it with the resolution. But yep. Anyways, like those comments are funny. Amazing how fake his acting is. Only keep his muscles for sex appeal. Yeah, there's jealous people like that. Um, yeah, that is good times. In this video, how many views did it get? 10 million views. Then obviously it's gonna have lots of hate comments too. Another video which got a lot of views, also 10 million views and 1 million views for those. And it's funny that those videos got so many views. Because obviously this is not the before to this. The only thing which would make sense is to shoot videos like that beforehand to show your client um, how you're trying to animate your the car, so they kind of have an idea what to expect, and they can make adjustments before you actually animate anything. Then it makes sense to shoot something like that, also for the timing. But obviously, this is not I call it even miniature CGI visual effects green screen. But people are so bitter and be like, oh, this is not the before. Is because they're not thinking. But yeah, funny. Green screen before after. Well, technically it is before. This one is definitely my favorite shot I made in this series. I really like this one. Yeah, good times. Facebook. Who would have thought that this is the platform which is going to blow up first? It's almost at 60,000 followers. It's crazy. Ali says, you do pretty well. I think you're talking about the acting, right? Yeah, well, not really. 22%. Yeah. The funny thing is, now I'm complaining that it's so slow. But the first time, like on my old computer, which is like over there, when I was doing those simulations, I had to bake it like all fucking night. And I was hoping it's gonna look good. And now okay, I have to chill for like 20 minutes now. But it's like, what am I complaining about? Like my computer is like so fast now. I'm so happy with it. And yeah, I shouldn't be complaining. Yeah. I have 7 people in here. That's so cool. Since you're hanging out with me, this little live stream. I'm just checking something. And it's a shame that the last live stream stopped. So it's gonna be like 2 videos now. And that's how it is sometimes. I don't know why those live streams just stop. Sometimes maybe my computer's getting overheated or something. I don't know. This happens. Yeah, but I think we're pretty close to be done with this scene. Mm. Excuse me. Once this is baked, I'm gonna try to do what excuse me, Petra Studio said, to add like droplets to like a particle droplets to my what is it called, to the tentacle. That's, little water droplets always fall off like through the entire thing until the end. I think that's a cool idea. We're gonna see how that looks. Um, but yeah, then we're gonna be done. So I think the stream is gonna be like another. Well, it's still baking for a long time, 27%. So yeah, we're gonna be streaming for like another hour or so. Mhm. The good thing is I don't have anything important going on tomorrow, so I can sleep a little longer. Oh, one thing is going on tomorrow. If any German people are watching right now, um, I have I'm meeting Aramis tomorrow and René. René is the um, tour guide, the German tour guide in Vegas, and he's visiting LA tomorrow. So we're gonna have Korean barbecue tomorrow. Ellie, please don't hate me, because Ellie is always mad at me if I have Korean barbecue without her. But yeah, I'm gonna have Korean barbecue with Lene and Aramis tomorrow. Gonna be delicious. Um, and fun. Lene is a cool guy. Everybody who doesn't know, I'm talking about, who I'm talking about, Lene, like I said, tour guide in Vegas. We visited him a few months ago. I think it was in winter. And yeah, he basically gave us the whole shebang, the whole tour of Vegas. And I've been to Vegas, of course, a couple of times, but I never experienced it like that, where he really shows you around, shows you all those little corners, things you've never thought of could exist like in Vegas, because it's like in the middle of the desert. It's like this, uh, it's like you when you think Vegas, you think of casinos and all that, but let me go to the other screen. So you think of casinos and all that, and hotels, but he showed us like a lake and like nice houses, how people can live there, and it is pretty cool. Really made me think, I could live in Vegas. And yeah, he's a great guy, and he's visiting tomorrow. We're gonna have Vegas. We're gonna have Vegas. We're gonna have Korean barbecue. And Ellie is mad at me, but that's how I do sometimes. Um, it's your own fault. Why are you in Albuquerque right now? Ellie is shooting a show in New Mexico because she thinks she's better than us. But yeah, yeah, good times. The bake is at 33% right now. Really makes me want to stop this bake and just bake it in a lower resolution. We can do it. Just a little patience. Yeah. What else is new? Oh, I got a few people asking. I don't know, for everybody who's been longer on my channel knows that I started this channel as a fitness channel and, diet channel, getting shredded channel basically. And people be asking about where my fitness videos are, because I took them down, because I didn't want to confuse the algorithm. Like, is this guy doing like blender videos or filmmaking videos or fitness videos? Nothing makes sense. So I took those fitness videos down, and people actually been asking about those videos where they are, because they wanted to brush up on like fitness and how to lose weight and all that stuff. But yeah, those videos are down. They're not online anymore. But actually, it made me think maybe I should upload them on a separate channel. Not that I'm gonna start a fitness channel again, or I start making content, but I have so many videos, like at least like 30 videos or so. I could just put them up, just in case someone wants to, work on their health and lose weight or get stronger, like, the whole shebang. So I can be like, yeah, those videos are on this channel, check them out. And if I do get 1 billion followers there, then so be it. I can always go and do like live streams on the other channel, something like that. But I'm definitely not gonna start making like fitness content again because I feel like everything what had to be said, I said it, and it's just I don't want to be like one of those YouTubers who make the same video again like every 5 videos or so because it's just boring. Just like on this channel, I don't want to make the same video over and over. I want to make new stuff, exciting stuff, growing and stuff like that. Yeah. Yeah. So I was thinking about different names for this new channel, and I think I'm gonna name it. What was it? Uh, Forgot. It's late. What was it? Ellie, do you remember what I said for the YouTube channel? Oh, it was Shredded by Sunrise. I really like this because that's what it is about. Losing weight fast. Losing weight fast, fasting. 40%. It's like a very slowly ticking time bomb. 40%. And like I said, it always takes longer the longer it progresses. It's already just 100 frames. It's like from frame 100 to frame 200. It's only 100 frames. When it's baking, it takes so long. I don't get Korean barbecue because I don't know nothing. Yeah, Ellie is like a child sometimes. Ellie, shouldn't you be sleeping? Albuquerque, it's like 3 a.m. right now. You should be sleeping. Hmm. Hey, Ellie, do you hear like a difference in microphones? Is it any better than last time? Last time I checked, it sounded good, but I don't know. But I do what I want. Yeah, Ellie always does what she wants. Oh. Do you see these pretty lights on the computer? Again, I have a little remote ski. I can push buttons. I can make it green. I can make it red, green, red, and blue. Pretty cool, huh? Or I can make this switchy mode that it changes colors. The mic is much better. Oh, that's good. So I didn't waste $150 on a new microphone. 43%. I don't want to wait anymore. 44. Oh yeah. And when I bought this computer, I could have had like everything like lit up in different colors and stuff like that. But that would have been like another few $100. I was like, nah, I don't want that. I just unselected all of those aesthetic things, but I still got a little remote and I have a few colors I can change. Whatever. I don't really care about stuff like that, but I think yeah, it's cool for the background and stuff. Yeah, this angle is also the webcam angle is also a little different than my camera angle because my camera is like right there, webcam is right there, so the camera is more angled like towards my computer. Uh, Excuse me. 46%. Yeah. Again, I made a very cool tutorial today. Not today. I made a tutorial yesterday, uploaded today, and you definitely should check it out. It's good stuff. I did there. And the next video, I'm not sure when I'm gonna be working on that, but I try to switch up my schedule a little. I want to do 1 or 2 live streams on weekends and upload a video during the week, because I realized since I try to go live in such a time where everybody could watch, so people from Europe could watch, people from India could watch, or like Asia, but also Americans could watch. So only the people who stay awake longer would watch right now, um, from America. So it makes sense to go live on weekends. Mm, yeah, so live streams on Fridays or Saturdays or so, and upload a video on Wednesdays, Thursdays, something like that. I try to figure out my schedule exactly. Jasmine says, "Ellie, I'm sure you're a very good actress." Like, that's cute. Yeah, Ellie is a very, very good actress. Like, better than she might think. I'm at 50% my bake right now. 51. Oh, I just saw I have a mini feed. It says 3 hours ago I got a new subscriber. That's cool. I didn't know you could see that here. Yeah, 52%. That, that is definitely taking too long. I don't like it. I'm at frame 154 right now. But technically, you know how I said earlier, usually always takes longer the longer we go, but I don't have any collisions on the sides. So maybe if the water gets splashed to the sides, it's gonna disappear. Maybe, hopefully. And when it disappears, it bakes. Excuse me, it bakes faster. Yeah, one thing which could have made it like way faster if I turned off border collisions on the bottom. Because the way it works, let me try to explain it. Okay. This here is what makes the liquid, right? So this is the liquid emitter. So I on frame 100 that created liquid. This liquid gets splashed up by the tentacle. So and all the liquid which flows left and right, flies out of the frame, everything what is gone out of the domain, because I have a domain, the housing of the liquid. So imagine it's a box inside a box. In the outer box, everything what flows out of this box is gone. It just stops calculating. But I can turn on or off collisions of this outer box. So if I have liquid falling against the domain and the collision is on, it comes back in. But if the collision is off, it just goes outside and dies basically. And I do have collision on the bottom, but it's underneath the pool. We don't really see it, so I could have just turned it off. So we would have lost most of the collision because it just falls to the ground. It just falls off because gravity. So only the particles or only the liquid which come with the tentacle coming out, only those particles we will see, and only those are also important to see. All the other ones are not. So maybe I'm shooting myself in the foot right now because I turned on those collisions at the bottom. So basically, we just have water floating around for a long time for like 100 frames, even though we don't even see it. So I just realized that might have been a mistake. That's why it's taking so long. And that's the funny thing. Like this is a lot about 3D work that you do so much that like sometimes you just push the wrong button and suddenly it just takes 100 times longer because you pushed the wrong button. And that's just really part of visual effects to figure out which buttons to push when. And that comes, of course, with experience. I still make tons of mistakes every day, but I also make fewer mistakes today than I made yesterday and the day before and the day before that. So yeah, it's definitely a process, but it's fun. Definitely fun, but you do need a lot of patience. See, I've been sitting and waiting here for like 20 minutes now, still waiting. I can't work at all. And that's also the tricky part when you charge a client. If you ask, or a client asks, how long does a scene like this take? For example, if a client asks me, then I have to say, well, it would take a day or so, plus another day to bake the water simulation, plus another day to render all this. So, so it's 3 days, even though I only worked one day. So how much do I charge now? Do I charge 3 days of work or do I charge one day of work? Who knows? And if you want to know my answer, I would try to charge for 3 days. If they're like, it's too expensive, then explain the problem to them. Because even though you're not working for 3 days straight, it still means that your computer is working. So you can't be doing anything else because your computer is still rendering or baking or something like that. So it's not like you can do anything else. So, but is that the client's problem? Yes, no, maybe. But then also, the client could be paying for a render farm. So it should be the client's cost, shouldn't it? So those are just all those questions when it comes to the business side of being a visual effects artist. Which, even though been doing this for 14 years now, it's still not a clear answer for me. I'm at 64% right now. Oh, yeah, yeah. The viewers of this live chat, it's weird, jumping up and down. Sometimes I see 12, and then next second I see 3. I wonder which number is true. Well, I only have like a few people chatting, so I assume it's 3. But who knows, really? 66%. Soon is going to be my favorite number. I wonder if it's like the live stream gets recommended to our audience, so they drop in. They're not interested. They're dropping back out. So it is actually 12 people for like a second or so. That could be possible. I don't know if I see like live analytics. If I can see that, let me see. Live. Mm, no, I don't think so. Yeah, but good stuff. Well, now I have 7 people suddenly. Hey, if you're new to this chat, say hi. Hello. Hello. Stay with me here. I need people. I'm waiting. Need some entertainment here. I guess I should be the one entertaining, huh? That's how it works. Yeah. Yeah, that's good stuff. Good stuff. Hello. Hmm. Yeah, while I'm waiting, I can already turn on monetization for my live stream. That'd be interesting. Do you see ads now? Susie says, I'm here the entire time, but I can't help much. It's not about helping, it's about hanging out, having a good time. Susie, Susie. Susie, where do you live in Germany? What part of Germany do you live in? Wo in Deutschland lebst du? Hmm, hmm. What else could I chat about? Oh, I had protests today because we don't have Döner in LA or in America. Not really, at least. And tortas, we recently discovered tortas, which are a Mexican dish, which are very similar to Döner, which is pretty cool. So my brother and I, we got haircuts. By the way, can you see my cool new haircut? We got haircuts, and then we went to the torta place, and then we had tortas, and it was delicious. And then next door was Big Boy. It's a fast food chain, and we had a Big Boy burger, which was not very good, but it was definitely food. And yeah, that's my life story of today. Susie says Hessen. Hessen. This is Hessen is like, I don't know if it's considered South Germany. It's definitely south where from where I'm from. Excuse me, where I'm from. I used to live in Hessen for 6 months or so, 8 months in Babenhausen. That's by Aschaffenburg. Big Boy isn't fast food, it's a diner. Yeah, I guess so. I realized that too because we ordered to go. Um, and it was weird. It was also very expensive. It wasn't very good. Not satisfied of the choices I made. Yeah. Ugh, but Hessen is cool. It's the biggest city in Hessen, I think, is Frankfurt. Has a huge airport, and Frankfurt um airport is around 2 hours away from where I live, or I used to live in Germany, where my parents live, which is crazy. In Germany, 2 hours, it's a very long drive. In LA, it's basically like to the airport, like to our airport, which is 20 miles away, 25 miles or so. Yeah, sometimes it takes like an hour and a half, at least hour and 15 minutes to get to the airport in rush hour. Like without traffic, it's like 30 minutes, which also 30 minutes to go somewhere in Germany, it's also a very long time. The closest airport in Germany, like Düsseldorf or so, it's like 20 minutes, 30 minutes away. I would say 20 minutes. Yeah. I'm at 78%. I hope it's gonna look good. I hope it's gonna. Jasmine is still here. I'm from NFA like you. Yeah. Yeah. I don't really know if there's big differences in the States and Germany. It's like everything is the same. It's like NFA, Hessen, like people talk a little differently. In Hessen, they have like this dialect. Um, in Berlin, people talk differently too. I lived in Berlin for a few years. For example, in Berlin, when it's like quarter to 10, for example, like the time quarter to 10, they say 3/4 10 is what they say. 3/4 10, yeah, I think so. Which is funny. It does make more sense when you think about it, or like no 3/4 9. Or what did they say? 5/9, 5/10. Yeah, 3/4 10 or 9, whatever. That's what they say instead of quarter to 10. Um, in English also, you don't really say quarter to 10. You say 9:45, right? Ellie, what do you think? You don't say quarter to 10. 9:45. Yeah, I think no, people say 9:45 here. In school, like in German school, you learn to say quarter to 10, 9:30. That kind of. Sometimes I'm here, now I drink a cup of coffee and listen. Cheers. I also had coffee today. I made myself a coffee from Costa Rica. It's a quarter till 10. Are you sure about that? I learned in school is quarter to 10, or either one. I'm gonna Google it because I don't trust Ali with like English class advice. Quarter to 10. Yes, quarter to 10. 9:45. Now I Google quarter till 10. It still says quarter to 10. So Ali, you're wrong. It's quarter to 10. Don't listen to Ali. I just Googled it. Um, Depending on the accent. Now you're making up things because you don't know. Costa Rica, perfect. Yeah. Matt has a few friends from Costa Rica, and they brought us coffee once. We never touched it because I still have this Starbucks coffee I always make. But we made Costa Rican coffee today, and not that I would be able to tell the difference, but it was very delicious. I did enjoy it very much, and I'm gonna have it again tomorrow because I'm eating tomorrow again. And then I'm gonna fast the day after, so no food on Sunday. And probably gonna eat on Monday again, so I can be big and strong one day and shredded. So we are at 87%. We're getting close. 88% to 100%. Not still 100%. Just kidding. It's crazy that it's still so warm here. It's probably just my office, but let's check the weather outside. It's actually not that warm right now. It's 58 degrees Celsius. Fahrenheit. Sorry. 58 in Fahrenheit is like I don't know. 58 Fahrenheit. It's like 16 degrees is my guess. 16 or 17. Let's check. 58 Fahrenheit to Celsius is, oh, it's colder. It's 14.4 Celsius. That's our temperature right now. Outside. Inside it's super hot. Because I have all those monitors and computers running. And the door closed. Yeah. We're at 91% by the way. Getting close. Yeah. Once this is done, I'm gonna add um those of droplet particles to my Kraken, what is it? What is this thing? Tentacle. So there's some water falling off of it. And I can just make the same particles I had before I made, for the water. I can use the same ones. I'm just gonna have them fall off the tentacle the entire time. I think this one I'm gonna give it a little more detail. Yeah, I think it's gonna be good. I hope this scene is gonna be very successful on the social medias. Probably not, as I don't know, that kind of stuff doesn't really work. At least sometimes, like the one monster scene I did with Ellie, where she's walking on the monster on the leash, walking away from camera. That also got a few million views on Facebook. So we'll see. Whereas besides the waiting, it's a lot of fun to work on this to make this thing. We are at 95% right now, ladies and gentlemen. 95%. Get ready for takeoff or something. I'm getting tired. Mm. Allie, why are you still awake? You should be sleeping. I should be sleeping. Any cool shows you guys be watching these days? I'm watching for the millionth time. I'm watching Scrubs right now. I'm in season 5. I enjoy it a lot. It's like I wouldn't say one of my favorite shows, but I guess yeah, let's call it one of my favorite shows. It's in my top 5. I have like 10 shows in my top 5. I'm so funny. Okay, 97%. 98. Okay, let's get back to business. Switching monitors. Here we can see 99%, 98. Uh, Common denominator for some of these high view videos is the butt. I don't think that's true. Sometimes, well, I guess like I mean there was butt. You were walking away from this one scene, and in the monster flicking off the monster, also had butt in it. I guess. So maybe we should have had more butt in this one. I don't know. I didn't pay attention how much butt there is in this scene. But okay, there we go. Scene is done. Here we can see how much water is splashing away. Oh no, do we have enough frames? I think in this resolution we might not have enough frames. It's close, but it's not looking good. But you see what I mean? Like all this water down here, we don't need any of this. Like nothing. It's such a waste. We just waited for like 20 minutes or longer. And we also have to render it again because it was not enough frames. Oh, see, water is still like in mid-air, like falling, and now on frame 200 because we didn't bake enough frames. Yeah, I gotta do it again for y'all. Fuck it. That's all it is. So, ladies and gentlemen, we just did it for nothing. But again, I'm gonna change this one thing, and I really hope that it's gonna make it way faster. So I'm gonna remove the bottom, save this thing, make it again. Oh, I forgot. We need more frames. 250. 3, 200, 250. And let's just hope it's going to be faster this time because, like I said, I removed the collision to the ground. So here it should just, most of the liquid should just fall through the ground and it's gone. And just the rest is going to get calculated. I really hope so. Delilah McGrath. Yo, Phil, what up? What up? Why does your name look familiar? Did we chat before or something? Welcome to my live stream, either way. We're working on a very sexy tentacle animation today. And right now I'm baking uh it's me. Who's me? I only know one McGrath. And this McGrath should be asleep right now. Okay. Brian. Brian, meet Allie. Allie, meet Brian. Brian is a guy we worked in. Where was it? Chicago. Yeah, we went to Chicago. Awesome guy. Welcome to my live stream. It's an honor to have you here. You should be sleeping right now. Yeah, like I said, we're working on a very sexy tentacle animation. The tentacle is gonna come out of the pool. I can't show you right now because it's um because I'm baking like water simulation because the tentacle comes out of the pool and water is going to be splashing around, and I'm baking this right now and it takes a long time to bake that. Um, yeah. So I assume you're using your wife's YouTube channel to hang out here. That's interesting. Um, yeah. Yeah, Ellie is like also closer to you than to me right now. Um, Brian, you live in Tennessee, right? I think Brian lives in Tennessee, and Ellie is in over New Mexico right now. So somewhere right in the middle. I'm not that best in American geography, but somewhere there. Delilah is your dog's YouTube channel. All right. That's cool. Kira should have a YouTube channel. Where is she, by the way? Outside. Chattanooga. Yeah. How's it going? How's Mike? How's life? Tell me everything, or everything was interesting. Yeah. Yeah. Again, for everybody who doesn't know or no, I didn't finish. So we went to Chicago together to work. He works for Pitco. It's like this company, and I was shooting for them for like almost a week. Um, and I made this little simulation for them. Let me just find it real quick. This little animation. I can't be far. There it is. Here, this is Pitco. That's the one. Yeah, so I made this. We went to the Automate. It's like this convention. And when I came back, I made this thing for them real quick. Got 10,000 views. It's not bad. Um, yeah, this is a cloth simulation, by the way, in case you're interested. Yeah. Oh, you didn't see. I had the wrong screen open. Let me show you one more time. There you go. So we were just walking down this thing while we were entering the convention. So you know what? I'm gonna add a little something here, and I did. Uh, Mike is on vacay. Everything else is same. I'm up early to go fishing. Mike loves the banner animation. Uh, I'm glad that he likes it. Yeah, the animation itself wasn't hard to make. It was just it's always the tracking. The tracking is the difficult part, and I wish there was like a proper, not a proper, but an easier solution to track footage like that because it's not perfect. Also, in the scene I'm working on right now, it's also not perfect. But yeah, Mike's on vacation. He doesn't deserve vacation. He should be working right now. He should be working all the time. And you go fishing. That's cool. Brian is a big fish fan. He likes to eat fish. He eats the fish. He looks like fish. He doesn't smell like fish, but he definitely looks like fish. Just kidding. He doesn't look like fish. Brian is a very handsome fellow. Yeah, but we always have a great time in Chicago or wherever we are. We went to Michael Jordan's steakhouse together. Still, probably one of the best steaks I've ever had in my life, and probably also one of the most expensive steaks I've ever had in my life. Um, but other than that, this week we didn't even eat such cool food this time because we had like those, what is it called? Those crafty tables, like there's snacks everywhere. Mm, free food though. I don't complain. I always like free food. Mm, uh, he's so tone deaf. It's frustrating as shit. Something. German boss. Am I right? Yep, absolutely. But you shouldn't be talking shit about your boss on the internet. It's never a good idea. Uh, yeah, don't talk shit about your boss or your girlfriend on the internet. That's what I learned in my life. Yeah. Anywho, Mike is a good cunt. Yeah, it was definitely interesting, but my feet were hurting, like from working this this convention. My feet were hurting a lot. Like my shoes were not the best, and yeah, when I came back home, I ordered myself new shoes. Obviously, in the wrong size, small. So basically, I ordered myself $90 worth of trash, and yeah, my feet were hurting for a long time, at least like half a week. Um, yeah, Ali is having ears. I never talk bad about you behind your back, at least in your face all the time, but would never do that behind your back. You can ask Brian. Oh, 28%. Jesus Christ. I really hoped that would go faster this time. Damn it. Getting tired. So Brian, what time is it where you are? Is it like 5 now? It's 3 here. Almost 5 o'clock where you are. Is that when you go fishing? That's insane. I would never get up at 5 a.m. for a hobby. Yeah, here it's almost 3. I guess this is a hobby for me too, so I shouldn't be talking, but still. Going fishing, it's cold. Are you on a boat or are you like on land? You know, like in the movies. How does this thing work with the fish? I assumed you're on a boat. I don't know. Is there a difference in like the the, the quantity of fish you can fish if you're on a boat compared to staying on land? But you'll stay up till 5 a.m. for a hobby, lol. Yeah, but the difference is I'm trying to make this my living. That's the difference. You're not trying to be a fisher for a living, so you have to get better with your craft or whatever at 5 a.m. And also, I'm not planning to stay up till 5. Like 3 o'clock is usually my limit. But it looks like it's gonna take a little longer because the stupid render just takes longer. I didn't think that would happen. Stupid bake. Yeah, that's how it'd be. Uh I wish you got here when I was working on more interesting things, but right now it's just a lot of waiting. Not really quantity fish, but you have more opportunity of more fish. If you're in a boat, you can move around to them. Really? I told you I played a VR game where you have to fish. That was a lot of fun. But I don't have to go anywhere to do that. I can do that from home. So are you doing it? Ugh. Are you doing it from a boat or are you doing that from land today? Do you have a boat? Do you rent boats or do you have your own boats? How does it work? Like a whole different world. Wish there was something more interesting I could show you, but I can't even navigate through Blender right now while this is baking. Hmm. Yeah, but you probably have to get ready for your fishing trip anyways. I have a fishing kayak. Put a little trolling motor around the front of it. I can get around pretty well. Interesting. One day, when Ellie and I would come visit you, yes, I'm inviting myself, then you can take us out to fish or take me out. And Ellie and your woman, they can do some boring woman stuff. And you can show me how to fish. It's gonna be like a father and son fishing trip, like in the movies. I always thought it's like so funny, like when what movie was that? Honey, I Shrunk the Kids. Like they were supposed to go on a fishing trip with their parents, and we're like, nah, I don't want to go. I don't want to go. And I was always thinking, uh, like as a child, obviously that sounds freaking awesome. I want to go on a fishing trip with my parents or whatever. But that never happened. Yeah, boring women's stuff like sleeping in. We should document it. Yeah, I mean that's my specialty. I'll bring out my camera, my drone, my GoPro. Oh yeah, that'd be cool. We could attach a GoPro to the fishing line and or to the bait or whatever, and the GoPro could go underwater, and you could see the fish. That'd be pretty cool, right? And then I would make like a whole movie about the fishing trip. Yeah, but you have to be quiet, right? Like so, the camera drone would probably be too loud. It probably would look cool, especially when the sun is like rising and you have like the lake or wherever you do your thing. Having the drone flying over it, it would look pretty cool. I'll show you my drone. So cool. Maybe I can get on the pro circuit if it's done well enough. I don't know what that means, but yes, definitely. Yeah, that's my drone. It's like a big boy. I don't use it that often anymore. It's actually a shame because it's actually like a cool hobby and you always get like cool shots out of it. But it's always a headache to bring this with you because it's pretty big and heavy. And on the plane, they always ask you stupid questions to what you're gonna do with it. That they're like, you know that you need a license and stuff like that. And it's like, get the fuck out of my face. I do whatever I want. Yeah, I destroyed like two of those drones already. This is my third one. Pretty cool. CG Pseudo, welcome to my live stream. I was just um telling everybody how helpful you were or you are with your designs and everything. For everybody who just joined in, CG the Pseudo is the person who made this cool designs like this one for my social media. So thank you again. Um yeah, everybody loves it. I appreciate it so much. Yeah. And it's for your filmmaking. Yeah, I use it for my films. just like my cameras. Let me. I use this one for my, for my what is it, for my tutorials. I have this one over there, and then I have another one of those in my camera bag for my films, and then I have this one as a backup. That one doesn't have a lens on it because I destroyed my lens recently. And here I have a GoPro. Okay, it's the Hero 9. Ever since I got it, I used it like 3 times. And here, this is the very first camera I ever got in my life. I was like 14, 15 when I got this. Obviously, I broke the lens at some point because I was drunk on a party. Gave it to people, and when I got it back, it was broken. Um, yeah, so this is the very first camera I got. When I visited my parents last year or 2 years ago, I found it in a drawer, so I brought it with me. So that's a Canon. I used to be a Canon boy back in the days. Now I'm a Sony boy. CG Pseudo says, thanks for the opportunity. Didn't know I could make something like that. Well, you did a very good job, better than I ever could. Yeah, designing things like that is not my specialty. Dji Pseudo, have you seen my latest tutorial yet? I uploaded a video today. Make sure to like and comment it. Show some social media love. Much appreciated. CG Pseudo says, yup. I'm just scratching my feet. Yeah. So right now, look at this. We're at 64%. You can see it like right here. And for everybody who's wondering what I'm doing right now, I'm simulating some liquid particles right now, because what's happening is this tentacle is coming out of the water, and particles like water has to shoot through the air. And I'm rendering, or I'm baking this in a pretty high resolution, probably higher than necessary, so it's my bad, but I just don't want to go too low and then it's going to look cheap. So yeah, that's what I'm doing here, and that's why it takes so long. And I made a little mistake, so I have to bake it again. And it takes like, I don't know, 20, maybe 30 minutes. So I already wasted like 30 minutes. Now I'm wasting another 30 minutes to bake this. But after this is done, I'm pretty confident that I'm almost done with the entire thing. So I think I'm very close. And the idea is like Ellie's just standing there looking at the pool, and suddenly the tentacle is coming out of the pool, like looking around, and she's starting to film it. And eventually the tentacle is like, hits the camera. That's all what's happening. CG Pseudo said, I never used cameras. That's why I struggled so much. I don't know how photographers tell what focal length any pic video is shot on. Um, and McGrath says bake equals render. No, two different things. Let me CG Pseudo. Yeah, cameras. It's experience, right? Like every camera has a focal length, every camera has an aperture, every camera has a shutter speed, and you can always guesstimate or estimate or guess what those are, like videos and pictures, but mostly you just look it up in the settings. But yeah, that comes from experience. Just like when you drive a car, you know what gear you are in right now if you drive manual shift, or if you cook, you make some food, you make eggs, and you're like, it just needs more salt. You wouldn't know that if you didn't make eggs before, right? So it's just experience. Yeah, Delilah, which is actually Brian, says bake equals render. No, the answer is no. Baking, what I'm baking means is you have a fluid simulation, right? So that means you simulate how fluid interacts with itself, but also with collision, with like borders, So let's say, for example, I have like a glass of water here. Okay, we're making a fluid simulation right now. The emitter is right here. This creates the water. It's like the flow. This glass here is the collision. Okay, this collision is gonna interact with the water. Okay, so when I pour water in here, you can see how it interacts with the border. So this is also a fluid object, but this is an effector. We have an emitter, which was the bottle here, and we also have a domain, the world where only the water can exist, which is like an invisible box. Okay, and in order for all this to work, you have to simulate it. So be like, okay, I want this is the kind of resolution I want, the quality rather, and then, for example, the resolution is 100, which is high, and then you have more detail and more accurate results. If the resolution is just 10, it's very clumpy and it's not a it guesses a lot how the water is going to interact with each other and the collision, the borders. So to answer your question, oh yeah, and baking means once you're happy with the numbers you typed in, the resolutions and all those little settings here, you see on the right here, all those settings here. If you're like happy with all that, then you're like, okay, bake. I want this to be my final thing. And baking means it saves up the simulation information into uh, into a final bake. That's how you call it. The simulation is baked in that you can't make any changes anymore. But you still don't render your scene like that. Your scene still needs to be rendered on top of that once you're done. I hope that makes sense the way I explained it. And the fluid bake is at 92% right now. But yeah, and yeah, there's different simulations. Like the most simple one to explain is like it's called rigid body in 3D, which is basically just gravity. When you make something a rigid body, like for example this object here, it's if I just play the video, nothing's happening because it just sticks here. If I be like, hey, make this a rigid body, then it's gonna fall because suddenly it has gravity. Okay. But then also I can make a passive rigid body. For example, this is going to be a passive rigid body. Passive rigid body is when I hit play, it's just going to stay there. It's not going to do anything. So it's basically no difference to if I don't make a simulation at all. But if I make it a passive rigid body and I have an active rigid body, it's going to interact. Okay, so it's going to really fall on it and, you know, basically like this. So I have a passive rigid body, active rigid body. That's what it does. That's another kind of simulation. And another kind of simulation is a cloth simulation. So basically, very similar. Have a collision, okay, like a passive rigid body, and cloth, which is basically an object, could be an object like this, but if I make this cloth instead of a rigid body, it would fall into itself like cloth. That's what it does. So basically, like this. That's how I made you know, this, what is this bad boy? This thing. That's how I made this. This is a cloth simulation. So I have like a pin. This is where it's stuck on the top, and it just falls down. And actually, the thing behind the banner, the automate sign, this is also a passive rigid body or a collision because it falls against. You can't really see, but it is falling against it. So that's another kind of simulation. And there is a few more physics. There's a few more. There is, well, collision means just like a passive rigid body. Sometimes you use a passive rigid body, sometimes you use collision. And dynamic paint is another kind of simulation you can do, which I used on the water on the ground here, the pool. Let's look at the water. So when we play this, you can see when the tentacle is coming out of the pool, the water is actually moving. And this is because this is a dynamic paint simulation. So the way this here, the tentacle is basically the brush. It's like a brush. And this is a canvas. So basically the way the tentacle is moving, it interacts with the canvas. And that is basically a simulation that needs to be simulated, that needs to be baked. I did it in the very beginning. That's what that does. Anything else? Yeah, and there's also a soft body simulation, which is basically like a cloth simulation, very similar. But soft body simulation would be um, if you want to make a balloon or a ball. Yeah, when you make a ball, um, I don't have a ball here, but if you had a ball, it falls on something, uh, and it rolls off just like the rigid body. It falls, but a ball you want to be soft. So that's how you use the soft body simulation. And those are basically all the simulations there is in 3D animation. Uh, so Ali says, so baking is like baking a cake. You finalize it once you have the ingredients and consistency you like. That's correct, Ali. That's I guess that's how you could explain baking. I never thought about it that way, but yes. Uh, Omed Skipidoo says, "Hey bud, how's it going? Do you still fast? Do you still do fasting?" Well, we just talked about it, that I don't have my fasting videos on my channel anymore. I took them down, but yes, I still do the fasting. These days, I do one meal a day for like 2-3 days, and then I do like a 48-hour fast, and I go back to 24-hour days for 2-3 days and 48-hour fast. That's what I do right now. Welcome to my channel. Welcome to a live stream. We're doing visual effects today for my channel now. I don't know when was the last time uh, you joined my streams or my videos, but yeah, I do filmmaking and visual effects on my channel now. Yeah. So we were just talking about simulations, that I simulated this water here, and now we're having the liquid simulation. And by the way, liquid simulations, you also make fire and smoke with liquid simulations. It's very similar. So now we have to turn on, let me save real quick before I lose it. Turn on liquid domain. So now we can see what it actually did. Let's go to frame number 100. This is where it starts. Let's get close here. So I see that my my tentacle is coming out of the water, and we see the water is spraying up. That's basically everything what is selected right now. This is why we had to wait for so long. It's crazy. It's not even that much water. It's crazy that took that long. But yeah. It's like spraying all over here, jizzing all over my 3D scene. So yeah, that's basically it. Then we go down, down, down. Eventually it stops. At 200 frames would have been enough. Oh no, I did 200 frames. Okay. So now I just have to turn it on and off. Like 200, the frame 208 is the last one I want to see my domain. So I'm gonna animate this 208. Now go one frame further, one frame further, and I'm gonna turn this off in the render. Make a keyframe. I'm gonna do the same thing with the viewport. Can I animate the viewport too? I guess I can't. Okay. Uh, and your girlfriend. Oh, jizzing all over my CG scene. Is that what you're talking about? Yeah, jizzle over your CG scene and your girlfriend. Yeah, it's very important. Olmet Scooby-Doo says, yes, I've seen your short films. Very cool, huh? Thank you very much. Yeah, on this channel, I basically make behind the scenes and tutorials. And on my Infant Cinema channel, of course, I show my films themselves. Yeah, so I have something for everybody. And that's basically a full-time job to keep both channels running. So I'm really trying my best here. So now I have to animate the beginning also, where the first frame I want to see the liquid, which is frame number 100. Okay, now this is basically done. Now I just want to see what that would look like if I turn my spray and foam back on. And unfortunately, I can't see like fast. It's gonna be slow. I do have a lot of, I don't know, it's not as much as I hoped it would be, but I guess I have to live with that. Damn, the tentacle texture looks so damn real. It looks pretty good, right? It's, I didn't even change it that much. All I did to it was this. This is what it looked like before. I don't think I changed anything else here. And I just desaturated a little bit and changed the hue. That's all I did. But I feel like it looks way better. And it's also, I think, because of my lighting. And you see what I did here was like I have this background here, and when I look at the material, it's like this little trick of mine. The material, I basically I'm projecting the actual video onto the material, so everything here is reflecting. Like you see, like all this green stuff. If I turn off my material, it's not reflecting anymore. You see that? It makes a big difference. Um, what was I working on? Oh, in the water. Yeah, I can't believe this took like so long to render this stupid water because I don't even see that much of it. It's like a little bit here and there. Oh, I see. Clever technique. Yeah, when you look at the material, it is actually very simple. Like obviously from, let me turn off the water real quick. So I can't see nothing. Well, okay, better. So from this point of view, obviously it doesn't really work. but you get the idea. I'm projecting projecting the actual video from view onto my materials, on my boxes here and on the background. And this and yeah, this is my video here, and the mapping node I'm projecting from window. So from this camera point of view, it looks perfectly aligned. So all I did was like removing metallic, increasing roughness, and removing specular, just like my green screen material basically. And yeah, so here, that's how I get like perfect reflections of everything. Uh, what's his name? Brian has gone fishing. Have a good fishing trip. Be safe, and I hope you're gonna catch a lot of fish. Thanks for tuning into my live stream. Really appreciate it. Yeah, but that's how you get like cool reflections. You can see it in this view because this is Eevee, but in here you can see how much it does to your scene. Like even like the water, you see how the water is like reflecting everything properly. It's very cool. Big fan. Um, yeah, yeah. I was just working on the water here. Save this. Beware of the tentacles while fishing. He probably didn't get that anymore, but yeah, I'm gonna send him a message. Yeah, someone said, what's his name earlier? Someone said, Tetra Studio said, ask them to your tentacle itself. And I think that's a good idea. We'll see how that's going to work. But so basically, that water droplets come from the tentacle the entire time. And for that, I think I need to do two things. I think I need to give it collision. And I hope I'm not going to break the entire system. So I'm going to give it collision. Mm, we're gonna work maybe with stickiness. Or we're gonna see. I don't really know. Let's give it a little stickiness. Let's do 1. Now I have to make it also a particle system. It's the first time me doing this, so I hope it's gonna work out. So now when we look at this, basically it creates particles. Let me just go in this mode because I don't need to see right now. All this time and attention to detail makes a difference. I hope it does make a difference and I'm not just wasting my time. So what I'm trying to do is here, see those particles falling off the tentacle. Here I can increase the number and also how long they're gonna live. Here you can see that they live a little too long. They don't need to live that long. So here under lifetime, I can be like, I only want them to live for 30 frames. So I'm just gonna go back to frame number 0. Here you can see how long they live. Also, I don't need them to start like here because we don't even see the monster yet. So it starts coming out like frame, let's say 105. So start frame 105. This is when it starts and ends basically until the very last frame, 478. It could be too long. Maybe it has to stop earlier, but we'll see. Um, under render, I'm just going to render the same collection I had before, the spray particles. Spray collection. So now it basically renders all the spray particles we made before. And also turn on rotation and make it dynamic. Because now it's also gonna, what is it called? Make those particles rotate and stuff like that. So it's gonna be look a little more realistic. At least I hope so. Again, it's the first time me doing this. Yeah, they're rotating while they're falling off. Problem is they just fall through it. It doesn't count as its own collision. And I don't like that. It just falls through it. Let's see, physics, dynamic pain. This is the collision. It still just falls through it. It's not a big issue, but I would like it to slide down the monster. Uh, how many times your blender crashed until now? Believe it or not, it didn't crash once. Now that you said that I saved, it almost crashed once, or I believed it was gonna crash, but it didn't crash. So it's still going well. My live stream crashed once. I had to restart my stream, but other than that, no problems, no problemo. Let's add a little thickness. Maybe that's gonna help. Still nothing. I don't know if it is gonna work at all. It just falls through it. Oh no, that's not what I wanted. It's 0. It's a collision. Here, collision options. Let's see. Soft body I don't need. How much of effector focus lost during collision with the observing premise? No. Change that the particle would pass through the mesh. I don't want it at all. So it should be 0, right? Stickiness, let's go 10. I want to kill particles. Amount of damping during the particle collision. Let's turn this on. Up. Friction, let's just turn everything on. Let's see if it makes a difference. No, still not sticking to it. Let's see what that looks like actually. When I go to cycles. Yeah, those particles are definitely too big. I can tell. Particles. Maybe something in here. So they're too big. I need a different scale. 0.01. 0.02. Yeah, something like that. Also, I'm gonna have more 2000. I feel like it should collide with itself. Field weights. Self effect. Is that it? It's still falling through. It might not be necessary, but particle effectors affect themselves. Hmm. Turn up some velocity. I don't know. Could look better if it just, I don't know how much I need. Let's go on one. So that's basically gonna spray those particles a little away, like having a little more explosive. I don't know if it makes sense, but still feel like it's not enough. Why don't I have enough? The real question is, do they live too long? They might, yeah. See how far they're falling. That's also, they're getting created like down here too, and those are falling as well. But I'm just gonna have them a little short, 20. You say you think it's gonna look better with motion blur on? Yeah, it definitely will. And I'm gonna turn motion blur on when once it's time to render. It is on right now, but so in the render it's gonna be on. Uh, but what I'm trying to do right now is that the water droplets actually fall down my monster, my tentacle, and like slide down. That's what I'm trying to do. I think Houdini looks way easier than Blender's physics section. I will have to give proper time in learning Blender's physics system. Yeah, I never really used Houdini, but a lot of people are using it, so I assume it's better. For like physics, simulation stuff. I don't know, never really used it, but everybody says it's like the simulation platform. We have a new viewer here. We have SMD High Res Audio, says Moin, which means morning in English. Guten Morgen, guten Abend. It's 3:30 a.m. here, and I'm working on a tentacle monster, and a very sexy tentacle monster at that. Hmm. It's crazy. I have so many particles already. 3,000. See, when you look at it, those all those particles are get created here. Actually, now when I think of it, I can make this. I'm gonna make a new plane because it's just gonna save time. I've never done this before, but I think that's how it works. I'm just gonna make a plane, down here, apply the scale, and just gonna make it invisible, and I'm gonna give it a collision, physics, collision, just kill particles. So all the particles under here are just gonna get killed. We don't need them anymore. So now when I play this, right now it looks weird, but I'm gonna turn this plane off in the camera. But now when I see those particles, they shouldn't even lift that long. They should just see, as soon as they touch the plane, they just get killed. This is just gonna make the render faster. And now I can just turn this off and I don't see it anymore. But now no particles are gonna pass through the ground anymore. It's 4:30 in this time zone. Ali is a true supporter, a real trooper. Still hanging in there, watching my stupid stream. By the way, this is Ali. Everybody who doesn't know, this is Ali, and Ali's on in the chat right now. And this is Kira too, but you should follow Ali on the social medias. Because she's a real supporter, great actress, and she deserves a lot of social media love. And real love, I guess. Demon Girl. This angel. This was not a demon, it was an angel. Now what is it called? I keep forgetting this monster's name. It's starts with H. I who I forgot. A fallen angel. Yeah, that's why it's called a harpy. Exactly, a harpy. But no, you're right. It is like an angel because the movie is called Prey, like pray, but also like pray. So yeah, angel. I don't see no particles anymore. Oh, I think it. Hold on, no, it should. Well, it should be particles. Oh yeah, there it is. Yeah, I think I'm done here. Let me bake this particles. Let me do a few more, but I think I'm satisfied with this. Let me do 4,000 because I'm crazy. Um, this is right. It's cache. I need to bake this. Let's save. Bake. See, and those particles also have to be baked because I did all those numbers the way I think they're right, and now I'm baking this just like a cake because all the ingredients are proper now. And oh, that takes longer than I thought. But I also have a lot of particles, probably more than necessary, but that's how it be. But yeah, we're at 30% right now, and yeah, it's gonna be good. The thing is, there's going to be lots of post-processing in the scene, more than I expected, because you see all this shadow here behind her, so I have to rotoscope her frame by frame. I probably have to rotoscope um, this, what is it called? This flower pot here as well. This live stream, I'm going to do that in the post-processing process in the morning, once this scene is going to be properly rendered. But who knows? Maybe it's even not going to be any good. Maybe I still have to change things. But you see how the shadow of the sun, of the kraken, of the shoot, what is it called? here, tentacle. The tentacle shadow is like behind this, behind that, so I have to rotoscope all that, probably rotoscope Kira as well, because the light is just coming from this direction, so I have to do that. But it looks pretty good. I think it's going to be a good scene. Yeah. The thing is, you never know until you see it, you know. I can come out because I can't watch it right now because no computer in the world could be watching this right now. I can just guess. Plus, I can't even see the water right now. Like if I try to play it, this is what I get. It's actually not bad. I still can watch it somewhat fast, but you know the frames per second are 4 seconds right now, and this is cycles. If I try to watch it in Eevee, this is what it would look like. Definitely faster. Not bad. Let's start from the beginning. Yeah, Eevee is like a viewport render, like for like materials and stuff. You can even turn on the scene lights and scene world. I don't want to see world, scene lights. So I kind of have an idea what it's gonna look like, but still, it's just a guess. Um, hey, are you planning on uploading post process of that house blast video? It looks dope. Um, the house blast. There wasn't that much post processing, I think. I did it in a live stream, right? Let me see. I forgot. I'm making so many scenes that I sometimes forget. House blast. This is the house blast you're talking about. Yeah, really, I didn't do much here. The only thing, you know, you've seen my post-processing videos, the things I do. The only really thing is I added film noise on top of everything. And you see those, this lens dirt, and this glare. That's the only thing I did. It really was very, in After Effects and post, I didn't do much. Oh, and one more thing I tried, but I'm never gonna do it again, is you see how smooth it looks? It looks like a very fast frame rate or shutter. I don't like it. It looks like a video game. So I'm definitely not gonna do that again. But that's the only post-processing I did. And you know, a few color gradings and stuff like that. But nothing crazy. Jasmine says, "Oh, you're still here, and aren't you tired?" Yes, I am very tired, but I'm still working on the scene. Yeah, but this scene, I'm pretty happy with this. How this turned out, like with the house explosion, because the real thing is I wanted to test how to make this house explode and having the fire actually come out of the window. Because this is a big deal. I definitely need to do that more often. Um, still playing. Jasmine, I know what you meant. So this is like here the water, bam, explode. Like with the water, this is what it would look like. I have like more water splashing up, but that would take too long to render. I can't see anything. So I'm gonna turn this off for right now. And just so I have an idea of this animation. But again, I can see like 3 frames per second. So I can only guess what it's gonna look like in the end. I think it's gonna be good. I hope it's gonna be good. Like a few things could go wrong with it. Like maybe the tracking is gonna be completely messed up, or like positioning, or like, you know, stuff like that. We're gonna see. Um, looks really dope as compared to where you left it in the end of the live stream. Um, we're still talking about this one scene. I don't know if it looked much different. I mean, you couldn't really see it because, you had to render it, like in cycles, it looked like that. Actually, hold on. Yes, you are right. I After the live stream on the next morning, I still worked a little more on that scene. Like I added this moon and the stars. I think I did that in the morning. And the other things I did, I lit it differently. I decreased the lighting completely because it just looked like a viewport render and not like a good CG scene. So I just made it way darker. Like the light I had from the sky coming, I just almost turned it completely off. Not sure if I did those lights here in the live stream or if I did it on my own time, but yeah, I added those. And of course, I added like more objects here. Um, those particles and smoke floating around. Yeah, because I made everything darker so the fire and the explosion would have a bigger impact. So yeah, you're right. That that wasn't post processing. That was just inside of Blender. I just put more time into it to make it look better. Because I looked at it in the morning after I rendered, I was like, it just doesn't look as good as it could. So I worked on it a little more. And yeah, this is my tentacle here. Here in the end, maybe I'm gonna have her like scream. It's like, oh, it's attacking me! Help! 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 Ah! Help me! It's raping me! Ah! And it's going into the camera, and then it cuts to black. I love the glow when it explodes. Yeah, the glow is like always a tricky part. I partially do that in Blender. I partially do that in After Effects, but mostly what it is like it's like I have two kinds of glows. One, I just make a solid in After Effects, make it one of those bright colors here, like a bright orange. You make like a soft mask over this, and feather it and put it to screen or overlay. Like overlay usually works pretty good, or soft light also, and feather it and adjust the opacity, and fade it in and fade it out. It's a very good kind of glow. But also this lens dirt is always a good option, so it really looks like there's like light coming into the lens. It's uh of course fake. And then of course what I did in post, I don't like to do that in Blender. I like to do that in post processing. The camera shake, see, hold on, and bam, there's a camera shake. And I also do that in After Effects because I just have more control. I think I'm done with the scene. I've been looking at this for like so long now. I just want to render one frame just to see what it's going to look like. uh, let's render this frame, what it's going to look like, and also how long it's going to take to render. Let's do 2 divided by 2. There we go. Optics, okay, save this, render image. Yeah, with the motion blur and everything, looks pretty good. What do you guys think? That took 11 seconds, so I can basically crank. I don't think I need to, but I could crank my settings a little. Let me go to a different frame. Right when it comes out. tired. The thing is, usually I render always like in the resolution and stuff like that, the way that it's gonna get done when I wake up. So this is what I set, what I base, what I base my settings on. So if it takes 11 seconds, the last frame, first frame took like 11 seconds to render, um, that would be just too fast. So if every frame would take 11 seconds, it would be done in an hour. So my computer wouldn't be doing anything all night. So I try to have it to like a minute or so. That's like the goal. Um, I mean, let me actually check what the goal is, because I'm gonna continue working on this at around noon, so like 8 hours. And we have, how many frames do we have to render? Uh, 476. So if every frame took like one, let's just round it out to 500. 500 minutes in hours. Yeah, so if 500 minutes, if every frame took 1 minute to render, it would get done in 8.3 hours, and that would be perfect. So that's basically how I try to make my settings. It's gonna take a minute to render, but this obviously takes too long. It's like over a minute already, so I'm gonna go down with the settings. But this is also a more complex shot or frame, because a lot of dynamics are going around here. Like we have water splashes, we have the dynamic paint, everything is happening in the same time. So obviously it does take a little longer. Um, but that's basically what I base it on. So I'm gonna go back to my render settings and go back to point 0.5. I think that was good. It did look good. Usually anything below 0.5, at 0.05 always looks good. And for everybody who doesn't know what that means, is it's a noise threshold. So it basically, you can, if you render without a denoiser, if you turn this off, it's going to be noisy. So you have to denoise it in post. Uh, um, so you can do that in Blender either with the denoiser, or you can also do that in the compositor. Doesn't really make a difference. I played around with both, and I feel like I get the better results when I do that in here. Anyways, let's render this again. And who's saying, why is the dog not barking? Are they friends or what? Um, the dog is not barking because she's a good dog. She only barks at doors when someone is knocking at the door, but she would never bark at a tentacle. Oh, Shamila is in here. Hey, welcome. Good morning, or what is it? Good afternoon. Um, Shamila. Everybody who doesn't know, Shamila is a very, very talented filmmaker, director, um, from Germany. We went to film school together. Um, Allie's also still in my stream, I believe. Say hi. Um, yeah, I can't wait to see Shamila again. She was one of my closest friends in Germany. We haven't seen each other in like 5 years. That's the real tragedy. So right now I'm just trying to figure out the best render settings for this scene, so it's not going to take too long, but also not too short, so it's going to look good in the end. So if the noise threshold is too high or too low, I can always adjust the sample count. Um, have fewer samples. That usually doesn't really decrease the quality. Um, Not by much at least. Yeah. Yeah, it seems to take a very long time. Thing is, it could also be like because my computer is getting tired, or maybe if I just restarted my computer, maybe it would be fine. It's always hard to say. But yeah, basically, I'm aiming for 1 minute per frame. Partner in crime from the past. Yeah, Shamila always was my favorite, and a true platonic relationship. It was always the best part. Okay. What did I do? Okay, I just decreased the sample count. Let me go to a different frame because maybe it's just this one frame which takes a long time. Let me render this frame, for example. Oh, Philly tired. Philly's so tired. Excuse me. Yeah, but I think the scene is gonna look cool. I really think so. It's just the base, all the basics have to be fine. Like the tracking and all of that has to be fine. If not, it's gonna mess up everything. The thing is, even if those frames take longer, if the last frames and the first frames are faster, it's gonna average it out to 1 minute per frame. At least I hope so. Because the last thing I want is that I hit render now and it's gonna be done in an hour. And I could have rendered in a better quality. And the second last thing I want to do is that I'm gonna hit render now and then it's gonna when I wake up it's still gonna be rendering for another 6 hours or 10, and then maybe I have to stop it and render it again in a lower quality. I don't want that either. So and that's why I try to figure out to render F frame. Right now it's almost 2 minutes. It's almost done. So that still would be fine if it was like around 2 minutes, I believe. Because then with the same settings, I'm going to render one of the last frames or first frames where not that much action's going on. What the fuck? Why is it rendering again? Starting over. It's bullshit. Hmm, that's weird. Also, another thing I have to do is before I render it out, I have to render the shadow pass and the video pass or the image on two different layers because I don't want to bake it into each other. It's important. Shouldn't forget that. It's weird that it's doing two passes. I wonder because it's doing foreground and background or something like that, even though I don't have anything in the background. Mm-hmm. I don't know why, but that took like 4 minutes. It's almost done. It's stuff. Okay, this is one frame. Took 3 minutes and 53 seconds to see this. So this is what it would look like, you know, how I would render it. And this is how it would look like if it's composited together. But obviously, I'm not going to render it with the background. Hmm. Yeah, I think it looks good. Like the water here is, I see what's happening. It's like the dynamic paint is like too high. It's fine on this side, but you can really tell it's like here, so I might have to adjust the dynamic paint. Susie asked, I really want to know how you make it to sleep 8 hours a day. If I go to bed late, I get up late usually, but also not that late. So normally, if I go to bed like now, like 3 or 4 a.m., I'd get up at like 10, 11 ish. So I get like 6 hours of sleep. But normally, I always get 8 hours of sleep. I go to bed at like 1, get up at like 9 normally. But overall, that looks pretty cool. What do you guys think? Looks disgusting. Some sexy tentacle porn. Okay, see this water? This is the problem. So I'm gonna have to bake it again, but there's... I forgot what it was, but in the dynamic paint settings, there is um something I have to adjust. Waves, yes, but damping, spring smoothness, radius, I think. Delete bake. I think I have to decrease the radius so it's not gonna go to the far border. Open borders. No. And this bake also takes a while, but not that long. The cool thing is now that I bake it again, I think all the particles falling off the liquid and stuff like that are also gonna interact with this dynamic paint. So I think baking it now is even gonna make it look better. But I really need to figure out how to adjust that it's not gonna go that high at the edges of the pool. I just need it a little lower. I know that there was a setting somewhere, just forgot. Ellie says very cool. Well, if Ellie approves, I approve. Because I'm a simp. But it's cool to, you know, if I work on something like that by myself, it's not as much fun as opposed to doing that on a live stream. Okay, 100%. See if it did anything. Doesn't really look like it. It's still going too high. Shoot, it must be... Radius scale. Adjust radius of proximity brushes or particles for the surface. Okay. Adjust influence object have on the surface. No, that's all good. I want this to be on one. Smoothness, etc. You can make this and use mask in After Effects. Yes, I could, but I would rather fix it here. Limit maximum steepness of wave slope between simulation points. Use higher values for smoother waves at the expense of reduced detail. Okay. Want is less. Let's do 0.5. Let's see. Spring. Forces that, okay, this is, maybe that's what it is. 0.8. Let's try this again. Let's just read what the other one does. Damping. No, I don't want any damping. I'm gonna leave that one alone. Bake. Okay, I think that's one is gonna be the one. Uh, yes, you can always fix those things in post and After Effects and stuff like that, but and I still do, and I still gonna have to fix a lot of things, but if I can help it, if I can adjust those things in Blender, I would rather do that because that's also part of the learning process. I don't want to always go the easy way because I know how other things work just because it's more comfortable. I want to do it the right way sometimes because that's going to help me in the long run. So should you. But yeah, I still fix a lot of things in post lots of times. And it's not because of laziness or anything, it's mostly because of time. If I really, if I render something out and something is wrong because couldn't see it in a still frame or like in the viewport, and then I would need to fix it and render it again, then I would waste another day or like half a day, and I don't want to waste that kind of time. Those projects are not important enough. It's just to learn and practice, get millions of views on Facebook. Okay, let's see if it did anything. It looks like it. Yeah, see? Yeah, look at that. See this? So what I did was increase the spring so the water comes back to zero quicker. And it was very lucky that I typed in the right number here. That it actually goes back to this. I don't know what this is, but whatever, I can live with that. Nice. Okay, that wasn't too hard. That's what she said. I usually try not to change the speed because that is the natural speed, how based on the scale of the object and the scale of the tentacle, this is how fast it should be moving. So I usually try to not touch those numbers, like speed, time scale, and speed. I try not to touch those because those are naturally on default. Like on default, they're like natural. Just sometimes you have to adjust those things, but usually I try not to. Yeah, I think that looks good. Um, okay, let me see what I have to do now. What is this thing? This is my particle destroyer. Let's name it that way. Particle killer. That sounds more awesome. Nah, fixing it in post is more like laziness. Yeah. Really depends. Okay, I don't need this. So that can be. Could just delete this. Ground is my ground. Fluid emitter. I don't need to see it. Okay. Now what I'm trying to do is I need this thing. Those arrows here. So I'm gonna make two different collections. Have seen, and I'm gonna have a new one. No, that's wrong. Sorry. No, not gonna have different collections here. As a foreground and background. Okay. In foreground, so what I'm trying to do is having my shadows separate, and that's why I put my shadow catchers all in a separate object. So under foreground, I'm gonna be like indirect only. So in my foreground render, I'm not gonna see my shadow catchers, only the indirect light of the shadow catchers. And in my background, I'm gonna do the exact opposite. Have everything else indirect only. On this guy, I don't need him at all anymore. So I hope that makes sense. So the background collection, or the background scene, I guess, should only be my shadows right now. I'm not sure if I'm doing that right. Where is my amateur tentacle? I shouldn't be seeing this right now. This is always tricky because I'm trying to render my shadow catcher properly. So when I go to my where is it? Compositor. I have like two scenes. I have my foreground, I have my background. When I go in my background, I wanna let me turn on compositor. Viewport compositor not fully supported. Wonder why. I don't have time for that. Okay. Fuck this. We're gonna do it the old school way. And make a file output node in the what is it called? Compositor. And here, properties, make a new input called shadow. This is going to be called image. And I'm gonna have the shadow catcher as the outlet so I can render it separately. And now we just need a folder, Blender Experiments, Tentacle Pool, new folder, render 1, just in case I have to make another one. Okay. Now I'm just gonna render one frame and see if it's all good. It was way faster now. I wonder why. This is my composite, foreground, shadow catcher. So this is my shadow catcher. That's what it looks like, I guess. Let me go to a frame where I actually see more shadow. Yeah, last time the render was 4 minutes. I also don't really understand why. Yeah, it's like super quick right now. Yeah, so this is my image render. This is just the image. Now I'm gonna go under my shadow catcher. It's just a shadow. I don't know why it's like peaking like this here. It doesn't really matter. Yeah, this is the shadow of my rock. This is shadow of my, I guess, of my border. Yeah, but that looks good. Now when I go to my actual folder where I rendered those images to, where is it? It actually saves those images here. Yeah, I have no idea why the render was so fast now. Must have something to do with the way I render the compositor. Maybe, I don't know. Let me go to a frame which took so long before. I wonder if it's the water which takes so long. It's very possible. But yeah, one of those frames took a very long time to render before. I think one of the first frames where it comes out of the water, like this one. Let's see if that one still takes so long. Blitz 6, hi Phil, ich bin's, der von Twitter. Grüße aus Deutschland. Willkommen zu meinem Livestream. We do have a few more Germans here in the live stream, so you're not alone. Blitz 6, he found me on Twitter. I don't know how, but he did find me. I also don't have a big Twitter following, so it's always interesting. And yeah, we're just trying to figure out why a few frames take longer to render than others. But we're almost done with our scene. We've been live for like, I don't know, I think like 5 hours or so. Let me see how long. Because right now this live stream is like 3 hours and 25 minutes. The last live stream, let me see. The last live stream was 1 hour and 30 minutes. So we've been live for 4.5, like 5 hours now. It's crazy. Longest live stream I've ever done. Twitter is funny as fuck, he says. And he's in, I'm actually Spanish. Oh, so you're not even German. Okay. Spanish person. I speak Spanish. I can say, what was it? ¿Dónde está la biblioteca? Pretty good, right? Yeah. So yeah, as you can see, these frames still take a very long time to render because we have like all those fluid particles going on. It takes a long time to render those frames. So I don't have to do that right now. Yeah, those frames take around 4 minutes to render. The other frames take shorter. So I'm gonna adjust my what is it called? My samples and my render settings accordingly. Yeah. But yeah, it's a pretty cool scene. I'm very happy with this. Excuse me. Let's look at this frame. Yeah, this frame takes 11 seconds to render. It's the foreground. Let's composite, foreground, shadow. There it is. Yeah. Looks pretty good with the water droplets falling off. Yeah, whoever sat there with the water droplets, it was a great idea. And yeah, altogether, it kind of is going to look like this. Yeah, but not completely, because still needs to be composited. You can see that. What's happening here? What is this? Anyways, you can see that the shadow is like has to be behind our objects here, behind her, and all of that has to be composited in After Effects, like after the fact. So still a little work to be done tomorrow, but that has to be done after I render this. Or I guess I could do this now and render after, but it's getting late, so I don't really. Later on, I can show you something from the Star Wars project on Twitter. Yeah, sure. I'm not a huge Star Wars fan, but go ahead, show me stuff. Um, but just because people always be asking, how I do these things in After Effects, before I hit render, I'm gonna show you real quick what I'm gonna need to do in After Effects so I can actually put it all together so it looks good. Let me save this first. Save as Blender Experiments, Tentacle Pool AE. That's the video. New composition. This is the video, and what I will need to do is, it's always a headache, but I'm gonna duplicate the footage, go on rotoscope, the rotor brush tool. Now I'm gonna have to rotoscope her out, basically frame by frame, Um, like up here doesn't really matter. It's like mostly here important. Um, you know, where the shadow is gonna be. So she's important, and the flower is important, and the dog probably might be important. So I have to do that as exact as possible. But I'm gonna do the flower pot separately. So I'm gonna have to do this. Um, do you have any other favorite movies? Um, yeah, my favorite movies are Fight Club, American Beauty, um, what is it? The Matrix, Whiplash. It's definitely one of my favorites. Um, American History X. What else? It's Back to the Future. Yeah, those are like my favorite movies. I'm sure there's more. So there are people in this world who save their files at the start of their project. Yeah, I do that right away. Blender actually taught me that because if you save your file right away, like every time you import a project or import a file or something like that, it always goes to the folder where you saved your file. And ever since, I always save my project file first. It does make sense to do that. Just keep things more organized. And especially with After Effects, where the autosave is not that good, you want to make sure that you save your stuff right away and save it in between. Like I said, up here it's not going to be super important. It's mostly down here, which it has to be accurate. Now, when you think that everything is good, you can just interpret or what's the word? Interpolate, interpolate. I don't know even. I can't even speak anymore. Anyways, hit the space and let it play through, and hope it's going to rotoscope everything. I saw a guy that doesn't even name one single object that that also exists. Interpolation. Yeah, that's the word. Um. Yeah. I mean, that's how I work too. When I have like a very small project, or it's only me working on something. I don't always name everything, but especially when I make tutorials and stuff like that, it would be wrong to not, try to do like it properly. So now I just do the same thing backwards. Yeah. We're also going to see how much of that is actually important, how much of that we need to cut out properly. But for sure, this flower pot is going to be important to cut that out. But again, I don't really plan on doing that properly right now because it's like stuff I'm going to do like after I render everything. And here, I don't think the monster is even out yet, so I don't think I need here. That's what I'm saying. It's like it makes more sense to start doing that once your scene is in here so you can see how much of that you actually need. So now this is like cut out. So for example, if I put If I had like the shadow like behind it now. See, she's like perfectly cut out. Not perfectly, but good enough. That's pretty good result though for like no green screen or anything. That's pretty good. The phone is missing, but who cares? I do rename my layers, but I still struggle when I open my project file next day. No, I have a pretty good understanding. My problem is I never, in After Effects, I never rename my layers. I should do that. Like, for example, here, rename it Roto Alley. Done. And it doesn't take that long, but background, that we're not going to need. But, it doesn't take long, but we still don't do it because, I don't know, humans are so lazy. So I'm not going to need that. So now I would just need to do the same thing for the flower pot. So flower, uh, roto flower. And if it was just my project, if I was working by myself, I wouldn't name that because it's pretty clear, and I'm going to be done with this project in an hour, and I don't need to name this file. If I had to open this for the next 10 weeks, then yes, it's very important to name new things. And yeah, basically I would need to cut out this flower pot now, either with a rotor brush tool, um, which is always slower, but it doesn't take that long. Let's just try it. Double click. Problem is she's blocking it too, so it's like tricky stuff. But it's not moving. That's a good thing. The shape stays the same. Actually, I might as well just take the flower, the rock tool. And it's mostly like the first frame you're working on. That's the most important one because all the other one, the interpolation is gonna help. Yeah, the problem is she's blocking it here and there, but it's gonna be fine. I'm not worried. All that stuff is not that important as far as I remember. I'm just gonna play it and hope for the best. See, all that is like perfectly cut out, so the shadow can be behind it. Yeah, but Blitz, I'm very happy that you. Oh shit, that's wrong. It shouldn't be there. I'm very happy that you found my stream or my YouTube channel from Twitter. Who would have thought that I would gain a viewer from a shitty platform like that? Twitter is not shitty, but I don't have a following there. I have like 200 followers there. It's like nothing. Yeah, my brother is a big fan of Twitter. Matt, he has a big following there. Let's see. Again, I don't even know how important those details are here. I think it's more important to have it down here clean, but we're gonna see. Well, you're not gonna see, I'm gonna see tomorrow. But it's so amazing how it just, even though it was like out of frame for a second, when it comes back to frame, it still has it perfectly cut out. It's like the new rotor brush tool, like compared to the very first one, like 10 years ago, it's like so good. I'm so happy that it works properly now. I don't even know why I found you there. I guess it was because of Josiah. Yeah, Josiah. He is also definitely a person. Josiah. For everybody who doesn't know, Josiah is a guy. He does also visual effects. He's mostly focused on music videos and on Twitter. And he basically does the same stuff I do, but I don't think he uses Unreal Engine for his VFX. And the stuff he mostly does on Twitter is complaining about how little money he makes. Yeah, that's what he's good at, complaining. Anyway, so now I cut out the flower pot and her and the dog separately. So once I have my thing here, I can even, just as an example, import just the image, the two images I have, or I've got three images now. Let's import PNG sequence. I don't know what's going to happen because I only have three images, but yeah, but something like that. That's how it's going to look. Let me actually import those things. Like where I have the shadow, like this, this, just one image. And it's frame 431, so I'm going to go to 400, 431. It's one of the last frames. There you go. And import this image, just so you have the idea how the compositing is going to work. I'm not going to finish it now because obviously I only have one image. So I have the video here. This is my video in the background. I have the tentacle on top of everything, and here I have the shadow. It's just a shadow. So when I turn this off, see, I only see the shadow. What are you gonna do when shadow overlaps with the existing one? That's an excellent question, actually. It's a very excellent question because I see it done wrong all the time. I hope actually it's if a shadow overlaps somewhere, but I don't think it does. Like if this shadow overlapped, I can just fake it, like just for as an example. So I'm just gonna move this shadow down here so just that you see how to deal with this. So I'm gonna add set it to darken or so. So let's multiply. So basically what the problem is, when you add from shadow to shadow, that doesn't happen. In nature, this shadow here doesn't get darker if you overlay it with a different shadow. That doesn't happen. So basically that's why you use maybe darken or something like that, darken, and then adjust your shadow with like a color correction. Let's do curves. But yeah, that's a mistake people make like all the time, and I don't understand that they don't look into nature how that actually looks. Um, so I'm gonna show you how to do this like right now. So what I recommend that you do is you're gonna use your background, duplicate your background, bring it over your shadow, and now I'm gonna use the screen mat. Hold on. No, I'm fucking tired. You're gonna bring your shadow on top of your background. So you're gonna use on your background. You're gonna use the shadow as a mask, and now you can color grade your shadow. Let's do darken. Didn't do anything, did it? Okay. And now you can color grade this. Let's use curves. So the idea is that you um, create a black and white mask of your what is it, of your sorry guys, it's 4 a.m. I'm super tired. That you create a black and white mask of your shadow layer. But when I click on this, it has to be a black and white mask. So from the background I'm using this mask as a I'm using this mask as a track mask. Just what like with green screen. If you've seen my latest green screen tutorial, it's basically the same idea. Um, so now if I use this curves now and put a shadow on it, why is it the wrong way around? Be right a second. I'm tired. I did this whole thing in a tutorial recently. Who is your brother on Twitter? Does he also do VFX? My brother is Matt Scotch. He doesn't do VFX. He's a concept artist. It's easier if I show you on Instagram. I definitely recommend you following him. Um, where do I find people? Explore. Where's the search function? Search. Matt, there you go. So this is Matt, and he's a concept designer. This is what he looks like. Doesn't really matter, and he does concept designs like this. Uh, or like this. Or he makes little robots which are cute. And he works on big movies, small movies, but mostly on big stuff. Um, is there any big movie example? Like TV shows stuff too. Batman. Here, Bumblebee. He worked on Bumblebee, for example. He designed Bumblebee. Uh, you're following comment a couple of times. Yeah, so that's my brother, and he basically taught me Blender too, because since he's doing concept design and stuff like that, he he knows basics of Blender, so he taught me the basics. Anyways, the shadow part. The thing is, there's two different methods to do that. If you work with actual 2D assets, you do it differently. You set it darken or do it. The darken doesn't seem to be working here for some reason. And the mask doesn't work at all. I don't know. I'll do it in a tutorial, and because I can't figure it out right now. Sorry. Let me just do the shadow part. Multiply. Yeah, because that's what's happening right now is when you overlay one shadow with the other. Oh yeah, now I remember. So what you do is right click, effect, color correct tint. I think you tint the black to, hold on. Tint the black to this black. So it never gets darker than this. And you set this to darken. Still doesn't work. Something like that. I forgot, sorry. Because what you want to do is like give this shadow the same color, same, yeah. That's why I picked this color here. And yeah, and you see how the shadow overlaps my people and my thing here. That's why I rotoscope this. If I put those two layers on top of everything, it's gonna be behind it. And there would be like one rotoscope frame, a positive frame. Need to reset the position. Show the Batman with the bike. Did I close it yet? Yeah, that's Batman with the bike. And later on, there's this motorcycle thing. And this is also made in Blender. And that was made when NFTs were like so hot, and everybody was selling their NFTs and making NFTs. And he also sold this one for like 2 or 3 Ethereum or so. Yeah. Then he made this one as well. There's this final thing. On top of this page, Mobius, there it is. Yeah, I used the spatial too for theme ones. The other one, one of the newest, you said. This one? Yeah, that's a great collaboration. I want to put myself in there and fly besides Batman. Yeah, we totally could. There's different ways to do that. I would I think I would photo scan myself. Photo scan yourself and in like a position like this, animate a little uh simple animation if you want to fly. Yeah. It shouldn't be too complicated. Anyways, this is obviously not moving right now because it's just one frame, but looks pretty good. And then what else I always like to do is like I put an adjustment layer on top of it. Adjustment layer. And put like 2 effects on it. Where is it? Where are my effects? Effects and presets. 3D glasses. So what I'm trying to do here is like adding lens distortion, lens, what is it called? Dispersion. And I do that by optical compensation. I use those 2 effects. To add lens dispersion. Which one did it? Basically like that. You see how basically at the edges it gives like this fringe. That's what lenses do. So I always like to add this on top of everything in the end. You have a green screen setup so I can fly. Yeah, you can do that with green screen too. I would still do a 3D scan instead because when you fly through an environment, different lighting and stuff like that, you want this light to affect you. So I wouldn't do that with green screen. I would do that with a 3D scan, which you can do with iPhones these days. So I would do that instead. I only do like flying with green screen when it's very quick. So yeah, lens distortion dispersion is what I do. Another effect I always like to do is like the lens third, new solid. For that I use Video Copilot optical flares. Uh, oh, oh my god, have you tried those photo scan stuff? Luma AI app which uses Gaussian splaying for 3D environment. No, I haven't tried it. Is it good? Um, I don't really use AI stuff for my work. The only thing I do use is AI. I don't know if it's really AI. I guess it's AI text editing, text-based editing. So I can basically when I edit my tutorials, that I can just remove all the ums and ahs and pauses. I can just remove them all with one click. I just use that because that basically saves me hours of time per video. Anyways, this is the lens third I'm using. Set this to screen just to have some, it just brings everything a little closer together. See, this may be a little extreme right now, but you get the idea. I did a 3D double, but it doesn't look that great. I need a way to swap my images as planes with the double. That's what I'm learning next. Yeah, there's like always ways, a little camera shake or having something cross the frame and then swap it out. Is there's just be creative. Or figure it out. Yeah, and that's basically the difference. This is like without any compositing. This is just as is. This is with everything. Another little trick what I like to do is sometimes just make it a little transparent. It's 97%, so it just takes the colors of your environment a little more. If you go too crazy, you can see through. You don't want to do that, but just a little, like 96%. Nobody's gonna ask any questions. Yeah, and that's basically it. And of course, I could adjust those colors, but I think I did a pretty good job at adjusting the colors to the real colors. So I don't think this is necessary. And of course, one more adjustment layer. Actually, there's two more things you can do, especially when you shoot with iPhone footage. What you can do is like put a blur on it, on everything. A radial, no, it's not radial. It's directional blur. So you can just set whatever direction, like this. Now set this to screen. So it looks like is it screen? So it basically looks like there's like a smear on your lens. Add, lighten. Is that the one? Basically like this. And you just a little bit. Don't overdo it. Like a few percent, so it looks like the lens is a little dirty. But that just brings everything closer together. But I would never do that for like a movie scene. Uh, I would never do that for a movie scene, but if it's like a shot on an iPhone and looks like handheld, it's like found footage, I just shot it in my backyard, then yeah, you can make an effect like that. You want to see the shake the way I did it in my last video? I can show you. It's no problem. So when you do your shake, let's see. You go to the first frame. I'm gonna make a new solid. No, fuck, I don't need a solid. I need a new null object. Put it wherever, doesn't really matter, but I usually put it on top of the layers I need to move. And then wherever I want the shake to start, that's where I make a keyframe for position, but also for rotation. So I'll open both up, and depending on how long I want the shake to be, this is where I'm going to make another keyframe for both. Now I select position and go on Wiggler. If you don't have Wiggler here, open window, Wiggler, open that. And now you can adjust those two numbers. The first number is like how fast it's moving. The second number, how big it's moving. So if it's like very small number, it's per frame. So 30 would be like the max, or you can do more, but 30 is like the max if you shoot 30 frames per second. And magnitude is like, let's say, a lot. Okay, and I apply it. So now it's like moving very slowly, way too slow for the camera to see. So let's redo this and let's do 5 instead. Now it created a few keyframes here, you see? Now it's like, you see how my null object is moving? But of course nothing is happening yet. So I have to, you probably know that already, just select everything and parent it to my null object. So now everything is moving a lot. And that's basically how I made this camera shake. I usually, if I need like a fast camera shake like this, I do like 30 frames. And the magnitude of like, let's say 50. Apply. Now it's like moving very fast. That's a little too much. Let's do 20. So that would be like an explosion bomb. And then I can also do the same thing to the rotation. 30. But with the rotation, you have to be a little less, maybe 2. Apply. Now it's also shaking like this. And if you have multiple explosions, you can just copy this and have it like here and there. Wherever you want it, you know. That's one way. And if I just wanted to be wiggling through the entire scene, like in general, I hold Alt, click on the stopwatch, type in wiggle, and I don't know, 110. So now through the entire thing, even if there's like no keyframes, it's like wiggling a little bit. I'm gonna make it a little more extreme so you see it. 5, 20. So now through the entire thing, it's wiggling. So here, of course, it's gonna wiggle more. But especially if I track my footage in a different software, I like to add like a wiggle like this to my scenes so it brings everything closer together. Yeah, that's basically it. Okay, guys, I'm getting extremely tired. I have to render this out now. I'm gonna go to my settings one more time because I forgot what I did here. I'm gonna double this. No, times. There you go. This is fine. This is good. Optics is good. Light tree. I don't need any volume. Ah, yes, I do need volume. Volume in the water. Transparency. It's just a case 12. Because the water is transparent. Clamping, caustics. Turn this off. Because for glass material, you need this off. Volumes, you don't need that. No off. You do need motion blur. Viewport. This looks amazing, Phil. Oh, you did, Gala. Thanks for tuning in. I'm about to finish the scene, so you're a little late. Oh yeah, that's basically what it's gonna look like. Where do I have my one frame? That's basically it. Mm, yeah, that's what we made in this live stream today. Yeah, we've been live for like almost 6 hours, so that was very long. Yeah, when you see like the difference between uh what you get out of Blender compared to what you can make out of this, it's definitely a big difference. And people underestimate that. People don't pay attention to like post processing and stuff like that. But that's what I'm here for, to help you guys. Denkst du nicht echt dran ins Bett zu gehen? Und wie viele Stunden? I'm about to go to bed, Susie. Susie's worried about me, but that's very sweet. But I really needed to finish this before I go to bed. Okay, save. And should I dare? Everything is fine. Okay. Render animation. The first frame took 12 seconds, 13 seconds. So that's how long it takes while nothing really is happening. Yeah. Alright, guys. Any last questions before I leave you to it? Oh, it was a very successful stream. I would say we have 13 people watching me yawning my way through Blender. It was fun. It was good times. I don't know how streamers do that like every day. But the thing is, the stream alone is not the hard part. The hard part is just focusing on the scene and getting work done. And today I really was more focused on getting work done than on the actual stream. Sometimes I'm like babbling a lot, talking a lot, chilling. But today was good. I was very focused on the work, and you guys were very engaging. It was fun. I don't know where I'm gonna do the next live stream. Maybe I'm gonna do another one on Sunday. Probably not though, because I have to start working on the next video. Because the last one I uploaded, I was like 8 days without an upload, and then I don't want to do that. I want to do like every 7 days and upload every 7 days, live stream. That's what I want to do. Oh yeah, we're already 10 frames in. It's pretty fast, especially like in the beginning. Like nothing is really happening in the scene, so it's like doesn't take that long to render. 11 frames. So yeah, I'm gonna go to bed. Um, it's going to be more soon, Phil. Going to be more what? I forgot what I was saying. Yes, when I stream, I always just talk so too much. I don't think there's too much talking. I mean, that's why people watch you, right? Because they wanna see you engage and talk and stuff like that. Thanks for all the info. Hey Blitz, do you post stuff on YouTube as well? Can when I click on your profile later or tomorrow, am I gonna see some videos or not really? Anyways, time to go to bed. So guys, thank you so much for tuning in. I hope you had a good time. I did. Um Crazy Phil, now it's time to sleep. Yes, I'm just saying good night to everyone. So, yeah, thank you so much for joining, and look out for this scene I'm gonna post, not tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, probably. Um, when you see this post anywhere on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, use the hashtag livestream so people know, hey, I saw you doing this. Okay, use the hashtag livestream in the comments so you guys know who saw it in the live stream doing this scene. Anyways, thank you so much. Have a beautiful night, everybody, and make sure to watch my video I uploaded today. It's about green screen and stuff like that. Especially you, Blitz. You just talked about green screen. Watch my video. It's very good. And